Yo, what's up, guys? Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. 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 Hi, welcome in. How's it going? It's the Queen. You're so good. Oh my God, I fucking love you guys. Wait, come back. Ew. Ew, sorry. That was kind of uncalled for. I'm sorry. I'm crushing a protein bowl, so it's gonna be a little stinky in here. Why are you running away? First of all, Lamau, you call yourself an Elly fan? I'm fucking loaded on channel points, bro. I highlight every message because I'm just that jacked. Try talking in chat again when you're a true fan. Dude, I can literally recite that without even reading the copy pasta. It's Elly, the most beautiful boss. Hi, thank you so much, cuties. Thank you. How's it going, guys? Happy almost weekend. I guess technically it is the weekend now. Happy weekend. What are y'all up to? Punish Art. Thank you so much, Punish Art, for the 3 months. Welcome back. And Inferno with the 22, Grievous with the 13, and Duke with the 19 months. Guys, thank you for the resubs. Welcome on back. At work, but hope everyone has a great time for today's stream. Oh, Duke, I hope work is going okay for you. Duke, oh my God. Out of all the streams for you to be working, bro, I am playing Ride 5 today. We're going to ride motorcycles today, guys. Dude, and I know that Duke, I know for a fact he likes motorcycles. He probably has one too, so. Oh, man. Yeah, I also downloaded Assetto Corsa. Finally. So I really want to do some more racing. I want to do some more driving. I want to do some, I heard Ride is really good, but I don't know if Ride 4 or Ride 5 is better. I actually haven't played either. So I'm going to start with Ride 5 and then we'll see what people in chat, people come in and they're like, oh, this one's better, or I think you should do this, or I think you should do that. So, if we think that Ride 5 or Ride 4 is better than 5, we can try that one too. Play the Crew 3. I was thinking about the Crew as well. I was thinking about the Crew 3. I looked at like all the good motorcycle games, but I heard that this one is like the best one out there. I'm glad we have you as a boss. Makes life feel more peaceful. Aw, you're such a sweetie. I love you. Aw. Oh, thank you so much. By the way, is that the legendary bagel sauce? Is that you, Bagel? Thank you so much for fixing, mix it up for me. You really have to show me how to do that again so I can do it myself. I'm so fucking hopeless at this shit, bro. I don't know why it broke. It does it every time. I swear. I even restarted my PC and everything. Got everything all set up, logged in. It's like whenever I restart the stream, it's so random.
Well. Are you having an emotional breakdown right now?
Mark! No, I'm totally fine. Totally stable. We're totally mentally stable. Also, yeah. Thank you, Mordred, for the 10 gifted subs. Oh my God, that's so epic. Thank you, Mordred Pendragon, for 10 gifted. You are amazing. Thanks for 10 to the community. Arian, thank you so much, Arian, for the 7 months. I am doing so well, dude. How are you doing? Welcome. It's so good to see you today. Bellio Beats with the 10 months. Hello, honey. And Drab Life with the 2. Mr. Nervy with the 15. Oh my God.
Alexa, I'd rather.
God damn it. I feel like I have to pause my music for this.
Okay.
Every fucking time.
That was a deep one. Oh, yeah. Shall I play another fart sound? Yeah, give me another one. Come on.
It's so stupid, bro. I hate that. It's disgusting. You guys are gross. Why?
Let me just get this out of the way. Love you, beautiful.
I love you too. Thank you, Orange. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Jay, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Yes, welcome back. Hi, welcome in, everybody. 11 out of 10 laugh. Shucks. Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you, Kay. Kay, stop. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. What the fuck? Everybody be mean to me again. I don't like this. I don't like how nice people are being to me. Woo, Crimson.
I'm so very glad to have stumbled across this badass boss and her syndicate 9 months ago, and getting to spend my birthday here with everyone. You have brought a light into my life, and I'm super looking forward to the VR hangout tomorrow. Cheers, boss.
That's so nice. What the?
Hey Elly, guess
Bitch! What?
I'm going to Comic-Con tomorrow and Sunday.
Oh, that's awesome. Please take me with you. Minato, that's going to be amazing. Have so much fun, okay? Stay safe and have fun. And also, Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to Fard. I feel like I know exactly who that is. Is Kolinar here? I don't know, man. I don't want to call out Anonymous, but I have a feeling I know. It's either Kolinar or somebody else. You are here. Wow, it was not me. Are you sure about that?
Like, this some shit out Juma. Oh, shit.
Wait, is IPN here too? Hi, IPN. What's up, guys? Hi, K Sarah. Can I get some shout outs for my friends, please? Also, Crimson. It's your birthday today, or so you have said, which means we're going to sing happy birthday. So everybody in chat, you better fucking sing happy birthday with me to Crimson, because Crimson is a beloved member of the community, of the syndicate. So everybody wish them a happy birthday right now, okay? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Crimson.
Having the worst
Happy
day of my
birthday.
life. Call
Oh
me
no.
Parasocial, I don't care.
To you. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing that you said you're having the worst day of your life. I'm sorry. That's really mean. I'm really sorry that you're having the worst day of your life. I love you. I'm sending you a hug. I'm really sorry. I don't know why I'm laughing right now. Okay. Okay, listen. I don't... maybe because I was singing happy birthday and it's like the juxtaposition of like singing happy birthday to being like, this is the worst day of my life. I'm sorry. Okay. C note. Of course you may of course you may have a hug. I fucked up your birthday song. Oh my God, that was so funny, dude. Can we get some love and hype in chat for Sino, please, who's having the worst day of their life? We are turning that shit around right now. We're turning that shit around, okay? That worst day is over, bitch. It's over, all right?
Emotional damage.
Shut up. Stop. Listen, it's over, Hans. The worst day part is over starting now, okay? Starting now, it's gonna be a really good day, okay? Oh my God, that made me fucking cry tears of laughter. Like, that was so funny. Oh my God. The timing, dude, was so funny. I'm sorry, that's just my fucked up sense of humor. That was really mean. Something about it, though.
Are you
like,
mentally unwell? Are you having an emotional breakdown right now?
I don't know. I might be. I might be. Jesus Christ, where's my music? Oh my God. You love a fucked up sense of humor? Only help Sino shares it. Yeah, dude, Sino, we love you, man. If you guys are having a bad day, that fucking blows. But you're here now, and that's all that matters. And your local crime boss VTuber, that's right, the queen of crime herself, your boss, your partner in crime, your crime boss waifu is here to give you a hug and a smooch and tell you that I'm proud of you And even if you're going to have a bad day, you know what? It's okay because that's going to be over and you're going to have good days. You know what I mean? You can't have good without the bad. Otherwise, you wouldn't know what good feels like. You wouldn't know what it feels like to be happy unless you know what it feels like to be sad. So, you know, whatever is going on for you, you're going to make it through and I'm really proud of you. And we're all here for you, man. Let's have a good time. Lexi, thank you for the 16 months. Scotto, thank you for the 16 months. Ooh, and tier 3. Tier 3. Holy moly, 16 months. Haven't been able to catch streams lately and can't stick around tonight. But happy to be a part of the syndicate with the cutest crime boss ever. Oh, yeah! I love you, Scotto. We love you. I hope things are going well for you, bro. Elly is cute. Pass it on. No, that is false. That is false. Lies and slander. I'm not cute. I'm big and I'm scary and I'm mean. If it makes you feel better, I'm having a bad day and I gotta work this weekend even though I was supposed to be off. No! I send you a big smooch. Mwah. I send you hugs and head pats and forehead kisses. And I tell you, you can do this. I believe in you. You got this. You're amazing. You're powerful. And also, you're going to make that shmoney. And we love money, right? Money good. You know how much boss loves money? When you work more, even though it fucking sucks, you make more money. And money good. I love money. So, yeah. Every time you gotta work when you don't want to work, just think about the moolah, baby. Just think about, you know, I have two favorite green things, and they're pretty much tied. But I don't know, I might like money even more than I like the sticky icky. I don't know. Shrek dick? Goodbye. Stream's over. Everybody go home. What are we doing today, Miss Elly? We're leaving. The stream is over. Because Bagel Sauce is calling me out. He's always exposing me, man. He's always exposing me. Why can't you just keep our secret?
You're having an emotional breakdown right now. Oh, big sad.
I didn't know that these happen on this screen too. I thought I could escape you all. Fuck. Good stream, good stream. Elemis, thank you for the biddies. Scotto, thank you for the 10 gifted. She's a oh fuck. Shizo, thank you so fucking much for the 9 months. Hey, Elly, with Riz. Oh. Hey. Hey. What's up? What's the sky? Shut up. Shut up, C-Note. Stop. Please don't get too close. I'm scared of women. He's not lying.
Shit out, Juma. Oh shit.
I've seen him in VR chat. I've seen the power of women. It's okay. I'm scared of women too, dude. Don't worry. Wait. Dude. Guys, I got chia seeds in my fucking protein shake or in my protein smoothie bowl. And I'm just noticing that they were not soaked first. Do you guys know what happens if you eat dry chia seeds? Y'all know what's going to happen? There's a science lesson or science question. What happens if you eat dry chia seeds, guys? Well, chia seeds have this very unique property to them, which is really cool. They're actually pretty good for you. You grow a chia plant. You turn into a pretzel. Chia. You're gonna grow. You grow a watermelon in your belly. You get pregged. No. They have this really unique property to them where they absorb liquid. So you're supposed to soak chia seeds first for at least 15 minutes before you eat them. because they become squishy and gelatinous. They create this like kind of layer around them. If you do not, well, what happens when you swallow dry chia seeds? Well, it's going to soak up. Can you shut up? I'm trying to have a science lesson here. Okay? Trying to be Elly Nye, the science gal. All right? Can you guys shut up for 1 second? Science is cool. All right? I'm trying to teach you some shit. Yeah, that's right. It's time to learn, bitches. Well,
You're
actually.
mentally unwell. You're having an emotional breakdown right now.
Stop!
Being sad.
No, I'm mad. I'm not sad. I'm mad. You guys are pissing me off. Snore! Fuck you. You guys are so rude. I'm serious. What's going on here? Johnny, chat is bullying me and they don't want to hear my science lesson about how if you eat dry chia seeds, they're going to clog up your intestines and then you're going to be all backed up and probably constipated. And you might even have to go to the fucking hospital because you're going to get a big old glob of chia seeds stuck in your digestive tract. Why are you guys sleeping? Wake up! Wake up! Wake up, bitch! Wake up! Fuck you guys. Wakey, wakey. It's time for school. Why are you sleeping? Why? This isn't even ASMR.
It's time for school. Come on.
Come on.
It's time for school. Come on, man. Are you ready
Wait. Dude, even Alpha, it's like their first fucking time chatting and they're fucking sleeping. Look what you guys have done. You're even encouraging our new viewers. Bro, okay, listen, if you guys want to sleep in here, you go for it. Okay, go for it, honey. I don't give a shit. You get nice and Opa? Lexi? What you doing under there? What you doing under that blanket, guys? Can I join you? What's going on under there? What are you doing? Do you have a shake weight? Are we exercising in bed? Elly, don't look. Okay, I won't look. I'm not looking. I'm looking away. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. I'm looking. Ah! Oh my God, what the fuck is that? Oh God, there's so many penises. Ah! I'm so scared of penises. They're so scary. Put them away. They're so scary. Oh my God. It's a condition. You get away with it because, birthday. Hi, Soupy. Soupy Blueberries, welcome. Okay, chat, time to nut. Oh my God. Something is kind of cute about that, but I might get banned if chat takes us, or if Twitch Daddy thinks I'm being serious about that. I don't know, something really cute about like group wankage to me. Like, okay, yes, everybody.
Have you not figured out that you've already been captured? Yeah?
All right, chat. It's time. You're unhinged. No, I'm just eating a protein smoothie bowl. And I just went for a run, so. Oh my God, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Wait, Lexi, thank you for the 16 months. Elemis, thank you for the biddies. Tris, thank you for the 16 months. And Shizo, thank you for the 9. I hope I got everybody. Thank you for all these resubs and gifted. We're like 51 subs from 1,300 again. My goal for the end of the month is 1,500 if I can get there. That's my goal. Hope the best boss in the world is having the best day. I am having a really awesome day. I'm having a really good day. Do you want to know why? You want to know why? My day was already pretty good, but it just got even better because I get to spend time together with you. Because I get to hang out with all of you. And I love you. Ew! What are you fucking looking at? Why are you ewing me? Oh, something freaky happened to my... Okay, don't look at my eye. Something happened. Don't look at it. A woman! Oh my god! Ooh, Aron. Aron, thank you so much.
Ace a happy birthday. Love your boss.
Aron says, could you wish my buddy Ace a happy birthday? Happy birthday, Ace! Happy birthday! Okay, I'm gonna sing happy birthday again. Nobody fucking interrupt me this time, I swear to God. Okay, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna get through it, and there's gonna be 0 interruptions. You hear me? Okay? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I started laughing. Happy. Happy. No. Happy birthday.
This is our favorite part. This is the best part.
Happy birthday, dear Ace.
This is the best part.
Happy birthday.
I need your like this some shit out of my. Oh shit.
Dick. Why do you come? Welcome. In 2077, what makes someone a creep? Getting caught. In Night City, you can become.
Yeah, cock. Yeah, come. Oh, it's over. Happy birthday, Ace. Where's my music? This is awkward. I cannot. I'm too hyped for today. Why are VTubers in IRL absolutely fabulous? I don't know, man. I don't know. VTubers are just, there's something about them. Crazy. Hello? Hello? Hello?
I'm interrupting this program to give you a special TV offer. L underscore? L underscore? L underscore?
God damn it, bro.
L underscore? L underscore? L underscore? L underscore?
I actually got excited. Ooh, I love this song. Crazy Bum, thank you for the biddies. Game Buzz, thank you for 1 year. It has been a year. And Orion, thank you for the 690. Nice. Vonica, thank you so much for the gifted sub. L underscore? L underscore? Let's see. Ban that guy? Wait, who? Who are we banning? Let me just eat this, because it's getting all mushy. Do you enjoy the clips people make of you? I love them. Tomicus, I love them. I know you make clips of me. I don't always see every clip that people make, because I'm really bad at, like, keeping up with socials and stuff like that, actually. Because, I'm so busy during the day, and I don't wake up till, like, a little bit later, usually. And then I do all my fucking fitness stuff. Wait, why is Grievous banned? Why did we ban Grievous? What did Grievous do? Rip Bozo? You said ban me? Oh my god. Wait, Grievous, you do know. Oh my god, there's so many chia seeds in here that are not soaked. I better drink a lot of water. I'm scared. What if I get all backed up and I have to go to the hospital? Anyway, did you guys know that if you get banned, then, in Terra's stream, you're gonna be a suspicious user? Skill issue, to be honest. Dude, my body fucking sucks already. Okay, actually, no, I love my body, but my tum-tum, I got that hot girl IBS. I've got that tum-tum that likes to be dum-dum. Free bans, who wants a ban? Mod view can Your body suck? I mean, parts of it, I guess. Anyway, you want to play a game with me? You guys want to play a game? Ew. Oh my god, I just got smoothie everywhere. It's all over my mouth. Oh god. Depends on the game. Too bad. You're gonna like whatever I want to do. And that's final. All right, guys. I downloaded Assetto Corsa, and Ride. I want to do Ride 5. I've never opened this. I'm opening it. I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, is it loud? Oh. Let me turn the volume down a bit. Ride me for 5? Shut up. You guys, I knew you were going to make that joke, chat. I knew you guys. Oh, it was orange? Okay. Orange. Because it's you, you can get away with it. Because it's very expected. All right. What the fuck is happening here? Press any button. Ooh! Do you hear that? Do you hear that? Can you guys hear the game? Okay. Is it really loud? US English. Can I do Canadian English? No. Volume is fine. It's really loud for me, so I'm gonna have to turn it down on my, Ooh. I have to fix that in my settings, too. Yikes. My volume mixer. Yikers. Okay, we're gonna turn this down to like here, I think. And then turn it up to like that? Is that okay for y'all? Bagel, how's that? You're gonna fix something real quick? Oh. That is not what I meant to do. Windowed mode. Yes. Okay, much better. Do I want this on? I feel like I want this off. Yeah, okay. I think everything else is okay, right? VSync? No, yeah. Okay. Everything else looks good. Using VSync in current year? I don't fucking know. Do I look like an expert? That's why I have you guys here to tell me what to do. I'm gonna turn up again a little bit. For you guys, because otherwise sometimes it's like way too dark. How's that? Is that bright enough for y'all? What the hell is that? Mix it up? Is Mix It Up being a piece of shit? Everything else looks good. Yes, you do, Elly. Ah, thanks. Oh, it's Foogie. Get out of here, Foogie. Get out of here. What is all this? Ooh. I feel like we should just keep it as is. Except for the music, but we could turn that off later because I might want to listen to my own music instead. I don't know. I don't know. Be right back. Okay, sounds good. We'll see you in a bit. I like to listen to the game music first. Easy. Recommended for players who aren't familiar with racing games. That's me. I'll be honest. I don't play very many racing games. I love cars and I love motorcycles, but I just haven't really played that many games in general, so. And the games that I have played, that I've sunk a lot of time into, have not been racing games. We're gonna start with easy, and then once we get better, we can switch that up, I think. Ooh. Oh. Bonk. Hello. Oh.
Like, this some shit out, Juma. Oh,
shut up. Guys, we're 50 subs away from 1,300.
It all starts days before, when you're still home. You train, you prepare.
Oh.
You try not to think about it, and yet you think about it all the time. Then you get to the track. You get to know the place. It's always different, yet so familiar, all around the world. The tracks, the pits, busy people everywhere. You check the bike, clean some specks off the windshield. The bike sits there, like you, in apparent idleness.
Because it's
with an urge
legendary.
inside to hit the road. Engines start.
Hi, Wandering
The noise.
Hero.
The smell you know so well. A mix of gas.
Neater! Thank you for the tier 2 for a year.
Butterflies in your stomach.
Ooh, butterflies. Hi, Neater.
A wave of the hand. Rev it up. It's
1
time
year.
to ride.
Let's go. Let's go. I like that.
This place is
Whoa!
amazing.
Oh my god. Am I
A new
playing?
racetrack. 3 variants. A sequence
I'm playing
of
mouse and
corners,
keyboard, by the way.
slopes, challenging braking points.
I feel like I should
all
switch
built from
to
scratch
controller.
in one of the most beautiful
I have a
places
steering
in the
wheel, but
world.
that we don't need that for
No
this.
expense
That's for
spared.
Assetto Corsa.
This is
For
not
this,
a
I think-
racetrack.
Controller?
This is a writer's dream. Let's play with this new toy.
Ooh! 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 Oh my god! Ah! Wait, how do I... Oh, I have to change gears? Oh god. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Woo! This is awesome! Okay, and then we go down, down, down. Oh my god, this is really hard. I don't know what gear that I'm in. Ah! What game is this? It's called Ride 5. I don't really want to brake too much. Oh, that was bad. Oh, wait. I started off doing okay. All right, Elly, get your shit together. Okay, here we go. Okay, and then we're gonna brake a bit, and then we're gonna gear down. Wait, what? How do I know where? Oh, I'm in first gear now. I should probably be in second or third at least, right?
Today's takeaways.
Woo! Okay,
Turn 1
getting
looks
better.
easy,
Have you ever
there's
gotten
room
to
to do
ride a bike?
more.
Yeah, I have a
Turn 3
motorcycle.
calls for a late apex. A calculated loss to open throttle with better
I
traction.
like riding my
The
motorcycle.
breaking point before turn 7 gives you a chill down the spine.
Hi,
Whoever
Brian.
designed this knows how to keep a rider on their toes. With a fast bike, it's a hell of a ride, even alone. Just imagine racing here.
Ooh, see, I need to practice. Oh. Head-to-head challenge. It's time for your first race. By taking part, you'll win one of the 2 bikes at stake. I want this Yamaha. I want it. Okay, let's try. So, this is my first time playing one of these ride games. And it's a little weird on mouse and keyboard, I
Track
gotta
day
say.
alone is one thing. A head-to-head challenge.
You miss
is
riding
another.
so much. It's been 2
There's
years
no
since you
such
wrecked.
thing as a friendly
No,
race.
I'm sorry.
Racing is racing. And when there's just 2 of you on the track,
Yeah, it's dangerous,
one thing
bro.
is clear.
It's fucking
There's
dangerous.
Gonna be 1 winner and 1 loser. Races are not won at turn 1. Don't push too
Kawasaki's are
hard.
fun. I have
Smooth
one.
and rounded.
I have a
Easy on the
Kawasaki
tires.
Ninja 400.
If you attack too hard, you'll end up in the
I
gravel.
love my Kawa.
It's easy to overdo everything. It's easy to lose your breaking point, your references. Concentrate.
I shouldn't really have to
focus.
brake. I should be able to
This
just
is
like
what
take
you
my
live for. When the
like
red lights go
ease up off the
race
throttle.
begins.
I don't know, man. We'll see. The shifting is a little. I might have to brake at some turns. Ooh, I accidentally hit him. Oops. No. Okay, we're gonna brake here just to be safe. Ah! Wait, should I be in first gear here? Why isn't it? Ah! What the hell, man? That was not me. That was not me. That was not me, dude. I should be in second gear probably around that. Oh my god, I'm going so slow. Why is it like... That's weird. Oh, he's gonna destroy me now. He just murdered me. Yeah, that was not my fault, that crash. Wait, no, I don't want to go to first gear. Why am I so fucking slow, dude? No! I'm going so fast, it's scary. Maybe it's like automatically doing it for me. It looks almost like it is. Man, this is hard, actually. No, if I didn't crash, I would have beat him, no problem. Okay, something weird is happening. It might be the AI, maybe, or there might be some kind of like... some kind of like braking setting that's on that I have to turn off. I have no idea. But how the hell am I gonna catch up to this dude? When you set it to easy mode, it does it for you? Oh. Okay, well, I might not beat him this time. I might have to redo it, but that's okay. It's just practice. Yeah, I think it's because I'm on easy. I gotta take it off of easy mode. Dude, I can fucking shift myself, silly game. I can shift my gears myself. Woo! Don't hit the grass. The grass is bad. Grass is really bad. What the hell? Why is it going to first gear? This is really fun, though. I like it. This game is great so far. I can't wait to try other courses and maybe go up against real people for once. And I have not needed to use my brake at all. Elly almost touched grass. I did touch grass. When you go full power in a turn, the TCS stops the acceleration in order to not lose the traction. Oh, second position reward. Oh, it's okay. I wanted this one. Cool. I like the Yamaha. If you ain't first, you're last. Damn it. I want to win. Can I retry that? How do I get out of this? Hi, Harley. It was all a strat to get the Yamaha. I want the other one too, but I like Yamahas. That's gonna be my next sport. If I get another sport bike, I'll probably get a Yamaha. But I'm gonna get a cruiser. Cute anime girl livery. I agree. I'll put Terra on it. Career mode. Okay. Race creator. Ooh. Cross network gaming. Split screen. Nice. Hi, Vox Leviathan.
It all starts here.
Put Mihawk. Oh, good idea.
Racing is life. Anything
I would put
before or
Mihawk on
after
like
is just
probably
waiting.
on a cruiser.
Well,
If I get like a Harley or something, like if I get like a Night Rod, I'm putting Mihawk on it.
You need to be prepared. The bike has to be perfect. You'll need to trust it, so it better be ready. This is home, away from the races. It might be small, but it has all you need to optimize, fine-tune, and
I have to get the hang of this though.
There will be time to think big, to grow.
We just gotta practice.
First things first, let's get down to work.
I like your cock, G.
Thanks! Thanks, bro! Ooh, rider info, rider gear. Rider info. Miles? Elly. Elly N. Elly VTuber. Or I could be Glizzy Overdrive. You got the 4 other ride, but this one seems a lot better. I've never played any of them before. It's my first time. Where are we from? I'm gonna be, is there Canada? Oh, it's alphabetical. I gotta go this way. Oh, Canada. Number 99. You know what number we gotta be? Wait, maybe I could just type it? No. Elly. Can I just be Elly? Do I need to have a 69 incoming? You are so right. Whoa. Body 2. Oh. Oh, I could choose my face. I kind of like face number 1, maybe? Number 1 or number 3? Maybe, can I pick, I could probably pick a different hairstyle. I don't know. Let's try this one. Rider sticker. Ooh. That's my butt. Let's see here. Ooh, katana. That's Apex. What the hell? Whoa, Scotto! Oh my god! Thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs! Holy shit, Scotto! You're insane! Dude, thank you so fucking much. Thank you. If you guys got a gifted sub from Scotto, please make sure you say a big, big, big thank you. Thank you so much, Scotto. Thank you. What are we at now? Woo! We're only 30 away from 1300. Thank you so fucking much. Follow me. I like cowboy. A cowboy. The hammer. Katana. The kid. The master. How come there's not the boss? How come there ain't... Oh, search online content? I wonder if I could put my own shit on here. I'll do it later. For now, why don't we do... Why don't we do... Oh, there's a pirate. Torque Master. A custom sticker. Your voice and laugh is therapeutic. Thank you, Melon. Hi, Rias. What up, guys? I'm gonna be Cowboy or Apex. I don't even really play. Okay, we're gonna do this one. Back. Ride sticker. And then, what was the other thing? Oh yeah, gear. Wait, I can't change my hair? Nani kore? Nande? Nande? I can only change my face. Interesting. I like customizing things. Okay, racing 1. Hey. What? Equip? Huh? What is happening? Whoa! Okay, can I... Whoa! High opacity? Try to think what I have on my helmet. I think my helmet is actually low opacity like this. And then it's a matte black like that. I'm gonna do medium. I think mine is schmedium. Yeah. Schmedium, helmet, visor. Let's see what other helmets we got. Ooh, that one's kind of nifty. But yeah, no, mine is kind of like this one. I just have a black matte. Ooh, this one is similar to what I wear. Yeah, but there's all these different ones. I don't know which one. Oh, that one's kind of cool looking. I want to get a second helmet in case I ever take any passengers. GP, you got gifted a sub. That's amazing. Welcome on in. I want a brighter helmet too, like one that has a little bit more visibility to it. Visibility. Because right now, as it stands, it's a little hard to see me out there. Wait, I lost the helmet that I liked. I think it's this one. Yeah, let's do this one. Oh. Nice. You can search liveries. Okay, you know what? I'll do this later because I feel like it's gonna take so much time. Gloves. Kind of like the gloves that I already had. Yeah, I'm gonna keep them. Suit. Herm. Oh, that was kind of sick. Again, I kind of like the one that I have already. Knee sliders. Whoa! Oh my god, you could change this. You could customize everything. Red. Or black. They're already black. Maybe red because red is exciting. Hello? Hello? Why can't I select this? Nani? Space. Oh, I see. Or crimson. Exactly. Boots. Okay, let's do... this one. I like it. Wait, I feel like I have all different... This is fine. Oh, fuck. Why didn't it change? Maybe I should just have boots that match the rest of my suit. Right? Nexus lady? I don't care. Who cares? This is fine. All right, now what do I do? Oh, I go back here. Road? Oh, racing 1, racing 2. I see. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so you get different ones for depending where you're at. If we're going on the road, let's pick a jacket. Let's pick a nice jacket. Kind of like this one, I guess. It doesn't really fucking matter, does it? Pink! I kind of like the pink. No. No! Oh, you have to buy it. Dude, I'm spending money right now. Why am I spending money? This is a bad idea. Can I customize this? Oh, that's kind of nice. Are you sure you want to purchase? No. No, we're not. We're not buying shit. This is fine. Pants. No. Oh, I can't do no pants. You need to wear pants when you're riding anyway. Always wear pants. Riding style. Balanced. Shoulders out. Oh. Old school. Oh, that's so cool. Feet at start, right foot, both feet. Right foot for me. Breaking leg out, breaking fingers too. That is so sick. You can customize it a lot. Z, have a good lurk. Micus, thank you for the resub. Time to ride with Elly. Sounds like fun. Hop on, Micus. Hop on. C-Note, thank you for the biddies. You'll be my backpack? Bet. Proceed. I don't think I did anything with that. I was just looking around. But we will customize it. Maybe off stream I'll customize. I'll search for some stuff and I can add. Take part in events. Okay. You'll see that some riders stand out from the others. These are your rivals. You can find out all about them by scrolling the list on the right. Okay. Visit the dealership to buy new bikes to add to your collection. Oh. Professional riders progress through the tour. All right, let's do it. Rev it up. Join the world tour for the first time and choose which championship to start out in. Race against riders from around the world who, just like you, want to try out their abilities in amateur level competitions. Nifty. To reach the top of the leaderboards, you need to overcome the challenges in all 4 acts and prove that you're the true star of the tour. Oh boy. As you clear each act, a series of events outside the world tour will be unlocked. Put yourself to the test against tougher challenges to win unique prizes. You can check your progress through each act of the story and see what lies ahead. All you need to do now is start your career as a professional rider. Okay, I kind of want to, but I also kind of want to... Where's my... What the frick? Escape. How do I go back? How do I go back? Back. I want to get the settings. I got notifications. Huh. I don't know how to get out of this. Hi, Seth. What's up? How's it going? But I love riding in my undies. Yo, go for it if you want to lose your fucking skin. My cousin got in a motorcycle accident and tore off like a lot of the skin on his leg because he was wearing shorts and flip-flops. I'm pressing escape and nothing's happening. I don't know. Okay, I guess we'll just do it. Left alt. Points won in these events are not added to your total for world tour. Okay. Oh, rewards. BMW. Nice. Ooh. S1000R. Oh. You lost the lower part of your right leg from a bad accident. Oh my god, Grimace. I'm sorry that happened. That fucking sucks. Riding is so fun, but it's like... It's dangerous as hell, for sure. Wait, why can't I? Nani? What do I have to do here? Oh. I don't know what I'm doing. Challenge level. This shows a race's difficulty level. Between 1 and 4, the higher the level, the tougher the challenge. Oh, okay. This shows which bike category is suitable for the race. 200 to 544. Okay. This icon indicates whether you already own a bike in the category needed. Ooh. To progress through each group, you must win a minimum number of leaderboard points. Honda CBR! 600RR! I almost got a Honda CBR. Not the 600RR, but... I almost got a CBR. That was my second choice. After the Kawa, if I didn't get the Kawasaki, I would have gotten the Honda. Hi, Reaper! How are you? What's up, Weepy? Hi, Star. Hi, everybody. Completion points. Points needed to complete the group. Passing points. Points needed to pass the group. Okay. When you clear or complete a group, you could receive exclusive bikes as a reward. Clear all the groups in the act to continue in your career. Mohammed, who are you? I'm Mohammed. Nice to meet you. Okay, so now I just do all of these or just one of these? Ooh. I guess I can use my Yamaha for this, right? Here we go. I should have switched to medium instead of easy. I don't like how it like shifts down for me. The gears down. I need to fix it so I can do that because I'm just automatically doing it and then I accidentally like double. Shifting is like one probably for riding. That was the hardest thing that I had to get used to. Ooh, Italy. Other than first taking off, like you know, releasing the clutch and using the throttle and trying to find that like balance. That was like a little bit of getting used to. But once you get that nice sweet spot and the bike just takes off, it's totally fine. But the hardest part was shifting. Because I got short legs. I'm not short! Fuck! But like, okay, but like bikes are really big, so. And I didn't realize like the positioning of where your foot has to be, and it's all your left Left foot. I'm not sure. Damn it. Bikes are just really big. Frostfang, thank you for the 6 months half anniversary, Pog. One day we're gonna have our full anniversary. Thank you. Bike setup? Oh, I don't know if I need to do... Maybe I should just... Oh, race settings. Let's try AI very easy. Let's do... Wait, is that making it more easy? I think it is. I don't want it to be more easy. Buzz! I'm not sure. What the fuck? Thanks for the videos. And Wandering Hero with the brand new sub. Welcome in, Hero. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy your emotes. I hope you enjoy your time in the syndicate. Thank you for the support, buddy. And we're also 29 subs away from 1,300. Poggers. Microscopic? You know what? Collisions always on. Dynamic always off. Should I turn collisions off for now? That was annoying. I feel like I should turn collisions off for now just because I want to just be able to practice and ride and not have to worry about them. Yeah, I'm going to turn it off. That was bullshit. It wasn't even my fault. He was behind me to crash into me. Okay, race settings are Gucci. Let's just start. Let's just start, baby. Ooh, I like that. It's so loud. Why are they so much faster than me? Why is it so loud, dude? I'm gonna pass them on the inside. Oh, fuck. Just kidding. Bro! This feels a little unfair to me, just saying. What the hell? Hello? What the heck, man? Do a flip? Oh man, this is bad. This is looking really bad for me, bro. Maybe shift? I literally am shifting. Oh, maybe you can't see it because I'm covering it. I'll move. I've been shifting. You can see it now. Whee! I don't know, dude. Oh no! Oh my goodness! I want to catch up so bad, but I don't know if I can. I don't know, dude. Wait, I might be able to catch this dude. I'm catching you, Adam. Fuck you, Adam. Yeah, Adam. Fuck you in particular. Come on. Come on. Please. Dude, are you serious? I got last place. Oh wait, no, we have one more lap. Final lap. No! Why can't I catch this motherfucker? No, stop! Stop! I forgot I have no collision, so I don't have to worry about crashing into this bitch. Dude! Seriously, what is happening? Just shoot him. I will. I'm gonna shoot his tires. I lost. I got in last place. If you can't beat him, kill him. I got in last place. Why? Do I have the right? Like, why? Why did I lose so bad? Okay, we're doing that again. We go again. We go again, okay? Last is just first if you're going in reverse. Stop. That was actually really hard though. No, I want to do this. No, it won't let me do it again. It's like you already had your chance. Ace, thank you for the 11 months. And Breezy, thank you for the 17. What did Adam do to you? Bro, I wanted to beat him so bad. It's actually hard on mouse keyboard though. I feel like controller might be better, but fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Racing with keyboard is about. It is, because I feel like you have to like lightly tap, and if you overshoot it, then it's like, oh. But I just need to practice. I just gotta practice. All right, let's see here. You're first in our hearts. That ain't gonna get any of the first place money. I need to get that money. Cool. Bam, 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 bam. G'day, MK. How are you? Way harder than any controller for racing games? Yeah. The problem is, my controller is kind of broken right now, so I might have to get a new one if I'm going to use controller. Oh, proceed. Okay, let me try bike setup maybe? Nah, I'm not going to well, I'm not messing with that. AI difficulty. Can I turn the difficulty? I'm going to make it easier, okay? Nobody judge me. I think that's easier riding 8. Auto brakes. Oh, I don't want auto brakes on. Automatic steering? Can I try it without that? Automatic throttle. How would you go about the throttle without this? Oh, I made it harder? Really? Okay. But it says very easy, 32%. Whatever. I believe you. I don't want auto brake and steering, but maybe steering because I'm using mouse keyboard. Ideal trajectory. That's fine. Off-track aid, keep that on. Oh, there's rewind. I didn't know that. Mickey, thank you for the 7 months. Happy 7 months. Hope you're having a great day because once I see you live, you make my day. Ah, I'm having a wonderful day and it's even better now because of you, Mickey. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. And Riaz, thank you for gifting us up to Muffin. Aw, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Hi, Loki. What happens if I turn it off? I'll just keep that on moderate. Game speed reduction. Hans, thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for 10 gifted. We are now 17 subs away from 1,300. Thank you, guys. Oh my goodness, Hans, you're such a baller. I appreciate that very much. If you guys got a gifted sub from Hans, don't forget to say a big thank you. Hi, Almighty Nut. Did Elly forget about me? No. Why would you think that? What you riding? This a motorcycle riding game or are there cars? It's a motorcycle riding game. It's a racing game for motorcycles. But I also have Assetto Corsa. I used to have Horizon 5, but for some reason, I can't like get into my account. It's like my account got corrupted or something. So I don't really know. I didn't even like it that much. Horizon was like good. Forza Horizon was good, but like, I don't know. I tried Need for Speed Unbound too, but I actually kind of really want to play Assetto Corsa. Or I was thinking of trying Gran Turismo. Horizon 5 is dope. I like just driving around. I don't even like the racing is fun, but I like just driving. Assetto Corsa is so good. I want to try Burnout. I haven't played. All right, let's just start this. Nobody judge me, okay? I turned off a couple settings that I did not have before. Auto steering and auto braking. Wait, I thought I turned collisions off. Bro, I don't understand. They're way faster than me. Oh, God. I have auto braking on now, boys. Or I don't have it on now. I turned off collision! Wow. Wow, this got a lot harder. That got a lot harder when I did that. Yeah, I don't think collision turned off properly either. I almost killed like 5 people. Oh God, I forgot. Okay, let's go to settings. No, okay, let's restart that. Yes, wait, no, wait, yes. Okay, here we go. Race settings. Collisions. Always off. What does dynamic mean? AI aggressiveness. Calm, balance, pressing, aggressive. Oh my God. This is fucking hard. It's a race, not roadkill. Dude, I mean, it could be. It could be. What if I want to murder people? Okay. Okay, I got a break on my own now. Dude! I am in the wrong gear here. The shifting is harder, like everything. Oh! My God! That was too fast. Okay. Okay, this is still off. Riding aids. Should I turn it back on again? Automatic steering. We're gonna go moderate for that one. And where's the auto brakes? We're gonna go moderate for that one too. Dude, I promised that I braked. I braked a lot. My God! No, I was doing so good. That turn is a lot sharper. So I have to, yeah. What, no contact? Yeah, I turned it off for now so I can just practice. Okay, that turn, I gotta brake a lot sooner.
for Tesla and break his frame, friend.
Okay, we're actually gonna like slow right here. Oh my god, I'm going too fast still. How the fuck are you supposed to go there? How do you do that one? No! You bitch! Ooh. I'm so bad. Okay, new goal. I'm just not gonna go that fast. I'm gonna focus on the corners and not trying to beat everybody. Okay? I'm just going too fast. Thank you, Luke! Bonjour, Luke! Okay, this is a nice, easy, gentle corner. Okay, this one we're gonna brake a lot. So somebody in chat said if you pass them in the corner, you're going too fast. Ah! Oh my god! I mean, I wouldn't drive that fast on my motorcycle either. I would never take a corner that fast. Ooh, go slower, go slower. No! Ah! Oh, my bike did not like that. Oh, that's a slow down. Slow the fuck down. Oh, man. Dude, this is so hard. I like it though. Oh no, too fast, too fast, too fast, too fast. No! Fuck. This is really hard. Hi, Rezo. Wait, does it tell me what gear that I should be in? I'm so confused. Oh, I just realized it actually tells me what gears that I should be in. Oh. Ah! Oh. I'm so bad at this, dude. It's fine. We're gonna practice and we're gonna get better. Dude, it says 4. I've been in the wrong gears. Oh no. Wait, it's automatically shifting for me. Why is it automatically shifting? Race settings. You still have the... Oh, really? Where is that? Riding aids? Transmission. Oh! Fuck! I see. Okay, that's why. Okay, that... I fucked up. I fucked up. Okay, let's try again. I'm getting a little bit better at this. We're racing, Rezo! We're racing! I'm in neutral. I had to downshift while I break the. Oh, there's so much to think about. This is hard. Okay. No! Fuck, I was doing pretty good though. Oh my fucking god. No! I'm getting better! Oh shit! I spoke too soon! It's okay, it's okay. No! No! Please! I was doing so fucking good, bro! I was doing so good! No! It's okay, it's all about practicing. It's that one corner that fucks me up every fucking time. Oh my god. This is really hard on mouse keyboard because you have to hit like fucking... Oh man. It's harder than it looks. It's fun though, y'all should try it. What the fuck? I'm just gonna cut off all this area. There we go. I didn't cheat. It's not cheating. It ain't cheating. Oh my god! Fuck! Shit! No! I was doing so good! I caught up again, dude. I caught up again. No! Ah! It's so hard. Oh my god! This poor bike. This poor fucking bike. It's just falling apart at this point. I didn't gear down enough. Okay, I'm retrying one more time because I think I'm finally getting the hang of it. Did you just choke on something? I don't think so. I choked in the race. Did I choke on spit? I fully expect Elly to just cut all the corners when she turns collisions back on. No, I'm just gonna ram through them. Choke on this! Guys, I'm going to do this. Okay, this turn coming up, we gotta slow right down. Oh my god. I have to be in like first gear for that shit. Do you believe in me, chat? Oh god! Oh no, I forgot to turn. Whoa, the lean! I'm like leaning in IRL a little bit. Ah, fuck! No! No! I can still catch up. I'm not that far behind. This game is so funny. This game is real funny, guys. Oh. No! I hate this course. I hate it. It's so hard. Bro, please. I think this one I could take it down to the third. Down to second. Right? And I think this turn I can take it. I can take it in third gear, and then this turn I can stick to fourth gear the whole way. But then when I get around this corner, I have to slow it down. Oh. It's so hard. Hey, I didn't die this time. I have one lap left. And I'm not dead yet. It's my first time playing. Yeah, it's really hard, actually. But I do not know how people do that turn. Man, I do not know how they do it. That turn is real hard. First gear in under 10 miles. Okay, so I have to slow down a whole lot more then. Okay. I should have taken that in third, but it's okay. Ah! No! Oh, fuck. No, this is my cheat. This is how I win. This is how we roll. Out of my way, bitch. No! Oh, I almost beat him. Cheater. Wait. Yeah, no, I came in last. Oh, Canada. 10-second penalty? Fuck! This game is hard, but it's still fun. How are people this good? I feel like I'm gonna have to practice a lot. Wait, you can restart it. You can replay. I don't want to wait, left control for key moments. Let's see the key moments, guys. Let's see our key moments here. Oh. Wow, I'm looking good out there. Nobody would ever know that I came in last place. Because I look hot. Kyrie, thank you for the 10 months. Thank you so much. Hi, Kyrie, how's it going? What be up with this here? We're playing Ride 5. It's hard. You looked really good in last place. Thanks, bro. I appreciate that. Okay, now what do I do? Are you sure you want to restart? No. Okay. So, I definitely got last. Ah! Friendly reminder, Elly is adorable 24/7. No, you! You did better than I would. It's like pretty hard, but I'm starting to get it a little bit. I think I really just gotta slow down. I gotta slow down in all the turns. Because it's hard when you finally get it to 6th gear, and then it's like, nope, you gotta go back down to fucking 3rd. And then you gotta go down to 1st gear. Yeah. Maybe you should try the Crew Motorfest. That game, cars, bikes, boat, and plane, and it's easier. Yeah, somebody was telling me about the Crew. It looks really fun. But I still like this game. Like, this is a lot of fun. I think I just need, like, more practice, you know? Having a sense of momentum helps with racers. Have to say you have hands down top 10 sexiest voice ever. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi. Thank you. Hi, Rod. Recovering from a cold, so some Elly cuteness is helping me heal. Y'all are too nice to me, man. Y'all too nice to me. Thank you. Also need to start turning earlier. Taking a wide turn might help? Maybe. Yeah, there's a bunch of things that I have to do, but I'm trying to focus on like shifting and braking first. The steering it's really hard because it's all on like WASD, Q, and E. So it's like, I feel like if I had a controller, it would be way easier because I bet you could use like shoulder buttons and stuff to help you. So I'm gonna get my controller. I'm gonna order a new controller because mine is busted. I spilled alcohol on it. Oops. So I need a new one. You need to brake very early. Yeah, that's what I was already saying. I already know that I have to brake early. I just have to get used to it because, I don't know, first of all, I don't know the tracks. I'm just learning the tracks. Second of all, the shifting is pretty hard, so I'm learning how to do that. Hi, Mr. Obvious. Hi, Pinoli. Not just sexy voice. Wait until you hear her sing. Ah, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A backup as well. Always up for more throne items. Ooh, yeah, maybe I'll add like some controllers onto my throne. That's a good idea. My controller is drunk, yeah. Take wider lines coming into corners. Follow the other riders. When you cut a corner real tight, you crash. Ah, good advice. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. To be honest with you, I'm not even really looking too much at the track. I'm focusing more on like shifting and what the bike sounds like, so I don't have to keep looking at, you know, so I can kind of get a better sense of when I need to shift up and shift down. Yeah, so I'm getting better. I'm getting the hang of that. You getting it? Kind of. I'm doing a little bit better, but it is really hard. It's tough. I like it though. It's good. Oh, this stage, National Circuit has a lot of twists and turns. We'll try it. What happened to my Forza account? I don't know. I tried to log in and it was like, oh, error, like your account has like been corrupted and can't be recovered or something. And I tried logging out. I tried like exiting out of everything, restarting, I started. Oh, I uninstalled Forza and then I reinstalled Forza. Yeah, I don't know how to fix it. And I even Googled like what the error is, and like a lot of people are like, yeah, you're just fucked. So Sag, but we could try Assetto Corsa or try that some other day this week is what I'm thinking. Yeah, I kind of want to give this game a go, at least for like a couple more tracks. How's the volume, by the way? It's a little loud for me, so I might turn it down a bit. Also, I might see if I can... Where's the settings here? Are you sure you want to quit career? Yes. I want to look at my settings. Oh, here we go. Audio. And see if I can play my own music.
Elly. It's
right?
a raid. Elly.
Let's
Elly,
go
it's a raid.
menu music
Elly,
down.
it's a raid.
Yo,
Elly, it's
Peach! Peach Tree McGee, thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! Thank you, thank you, thank you. How was your stream, Peach? What did you get up to today? Hi. Hi. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Elly. It's lovely to make your acquaintance. I am the queen of crime. Crime boss VTuber. I love heists, fast cars, and motorcycles, of course. And I love getting in trouble. So welcome. Assetto Corsa and Assetto Corsa Competizione are both great driving experiences, especially with wheel and pedal. I have a wheel, but it's kind of shitty. So I have like an expensive, or I had one on my throne. But I don't know if I want you guys to actually get that because it's really expensive. I don't know if I'll even use it that much. Luke, thank you for the biddies. Stream was good. Played old school RuneScape. Hey, yo. Hell yeah, that's awesome. I haven't played RuneScape in years. Were you PKing people in the wildy? Protector Cindy, welcome. Hair down, redeem, pog. I'll let it down. Brody, thank you for the 10 months, Brody. Thank you. 10 months, hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah, Brody. Oh, totally was, and not endlessly wandering. Honestly, it sounds like a good time. Have you played Gran Turismo? I have not, Amped, but I really want to try it, especially after seeing the movie. I feel like if I want to get a real racing experience, like that's what I gotta do. Yeah. The whoosh of beautiful red hair. Whoosh. What's up, Dan? And Molly. Hi, Molly. Gran Turismo 4? You want to see it in 40? Dude, I want to... You know what we're going to do? We're going to do VR chat. And in VR chat, we're going to do racing. There's a place where you can drive cars. It's really fucking hard, though. Hi, Annabelle. Elly's going to go pro in Gran Turismo and forget it. Yeah, and then I'm going to enter the competition from Nissan, and then I'm going to go to the training camp, and then I'm going to actually compete in real racing, and then I'm going to win, and I'm going to podium. Racing in VR. Yeah, except it makes me feel kind of sick. It's just Anim, hi! Mario Kart map in VR chat or something. I have a lot of worlds for racing and cars, and I've got a shooting range world. I've got Beat Saber. I have so many different worlds that I like. Racing games in VR are insane. Assetto Corsa has VR support. Really? I didn't know that. 24 hours of Elly Mons. Dude, that'd be a really cool 24-hour stream. Doing Le Mans. Is there Le Mans in Gran Turismo? 24-hour? You would have to tag team it, though. I would have to get a couple people who wouldn't mind tag teaming with me and being part of my team. 6 hours on, or what is it, 3 hours on? Love to join you in VR chat, but I don't have a headset. It's okay. I don't have chat join me anyway. I do not do that. I only have, we have VR chat meetups sometimes. We're going to have one tomorrow night, actually, and you have to sign up in Discord. You don't need VR for it. You can be on desktop. But yeah, whenever I do VR chat streams or like VR streams, I will not be inviting just anybody. Only the most trusted people can come, such as my VTuber friends that I hang out with there. You can join in VR. Yeah, for our community meetups, which we're having one tomorrow. Where do you sign up? It's in the Discord. All the information is in our Discord. Can we get a Discord link? Regulars will be prioritized this time, and then next time, you know, the thing is, we always want to bring trusted people in first. People who we, like me and the mods, have seen around a lot. But, you know, it doesn't mean you're not going to be able to go. So it just means if it's really full, like if we have like 80 fucking people or 70 to 80 people, then we will prioritize the regulars first, or people that we like know and trust. I'm not around enough then. Well, you got to change that, I guess. There's like an easy way to become part of a community. And our valued community members, typically, they get first dibs on stuff like that. Don't let me in. I'm a menace. But you can still sign up, and it doesn't mean you won't be able to go. Like, we probably won't even have that many people. So I'm just saying, if we do, that there's a chance that we'll prioritize our regulars that we know and trust. Wish EA would bring back the Need for Speed Underground series. Dude, fuck EA. Ellie likes looking at bikes. I do. I love. You're trustable, but you're too lazy to even apply. I mean, that's fine. Then you're not going, I guess. There's an application process for anybody who wants to go. It's kind of like a whitelisted event. Everybody is welcomed, but we will prioritize regulars, and most likely it won't even be that full anyway, so you'll probably all be able to get in. You are allowed to go on desktop. If you have quests, then it might have some issues, so we have our own syndicate world as well. Which is cool because some of my friends who go into VR chat a lot have already found my world, and they've already checked it out, and they're like, wow, this shit's fucking cool, man. Oh, I kind of want to do a VR chat now. I think it's kind of easy for me to do. Kinda. The only issue is I forget how to set up the chat so that I could see you guys. But I could probably set it up on desktop. Yeah, I don't remember how to set up the chat box. I had something downloaded that I used, but I don't know how to open it. And it's something... Let me just Google it. How to... what was it? How to read Twitch chat in VR chat. You can do VR chat. Yeah, it's really easy for me, I think. Open VR Twitch chat. What? VR streaming for VR chat. Thanks, Gunrun. VR chat overlay. Open VR Twitch chat. Open Scene VR, launch the app. Bro, this is too complicated. It's too confusing. I could ask somebody, though, one of my VR chat friends. I could ask people and be like, how the fuck do I do this? Make sure to read the info about the VR party. Yes, make sure that you understand what the rules are for the VR party. No weirdness or any kind of like inappropriateness is tolerated. If anybody is acting up and being kind of weird and making people uncomfy, then you will be banned from any other future events. Just be chill. You're allowed to have some drinks. Yeah, don't annoy me. Don't crowd me. Last time there was a couple people who followed me around everywhere. And I don't like that. You gotta give me some fucking space and let other people come talk to me, and don't be a part of every single conversation that I have. You know what I mean? It's really weird when people do that. My Gen X is showing. What the hell is a VR party? So VR chat. VR chat is a game I like to play. I wish I could show you right now, actually. I wish I could show you right now, but I don't know. Let me see. Do I have the chat? I could always jump in and then see if anyone's around to help me out. Not me moaning randomly. Hey, I mean, that's fine. No weird. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing is like most people understand. You know what I mean? Most people really get it. Some people, though, there's always that one guy. Always one guy who crowds the streamer or crowds me, who follows me around and inserts themselves into every conversation. Weird. Don't do that. And there's always that one guy who can, you know, be inappropriate or up in people's space or just kind of like making people feel uncomfortable. So don't be that one guy. Be chill. I thought VR chat was just for messing around and making memes. I mean, you could do that too. You could do that too, for sure. If you give me like a little bit, then I can hop into VR. I'm sorry, Ellie, I didn't mean to do that. It wasn't Kulinar. It was not you.
Wait,
Cyber! Scuff
it's a raid.
Raid!
Ellie, it's a raid.
Woo! Thank you
Ellie,
for
it's a
raiding
raid.
me.
Ellie, it's a
Hi,
raid.
God of Death. Hi, Cyber. Hello. I make myself uncomfy. I mean, as long as you're not making other people. Hey! Dude, thank you for the raid. And welcome in, Emu. I don't know the first thing about VR chat, but all good. Yeah, I don't know. I can show you guys a little bit love, but you'll have to give me a chance to take a BRB. And then I should have a scene for it somewhere. Bagel says, oh, there it is. Okay, I'm gonna do a BRB, and I'm gonna attempt to jump in here and get into VR if it's possible. Never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you. Hi, Jesus! Cry, never gonna say goodbye. Need to figure out how to set your VR chat name so I can reg for the event. I mean, I think your VR chat name, I don't know what it has to be. I think it could be. Yeah, you can cue some music, Oppa. Choose some bangers, okay? Choose some bangers. No meme songs, only bangers, because I might be gone for like 10 minutes or something. All right, guys, give me some time to set up and I'll see what I can do, okay? Be right back. Hello? Hello? Can you guys hear me now? Hello, you can hear it? Does it sound good? Does it sound too loud? Is it shitty? I really can't tell. You guys have to tell me. Also, I think you see this, right? Yeah, you do. Okay, so in order for me to read chat, there's something called, I think it's like fucking Twitch overlay or excess overlay. And I have it, but I don't know how to fucking get it to work. So, Elly's in VR chat. I am. I can kind of read chat, but I'm supposed to be able to read it from my hand. Like, there's a much easier way that I can set that up and do it. But for some reason, I don't know how to make it work. So, maybe I just have to read on my phone. This is the first time you've seen this? Looks good? First time you've seen what? Like VR chat or my VR chat model? Here, let me show. I have a couple different models. So this model was made by the amazing Scarlett. And then my friend Kit customized it for me to make it look more like me. So I have this too, because I really wanted a tail and ears, and I thought it was so cute. And what else? I have other avatars, which I don't think you'll see it if I open this, right? Oh, wait, we're sideways. The fuck? Okay. Here, maybe that's better. There we go. Now it's not sideways. Girl, you never seen this, really? That's because I don't really stream VR chat very much. But I want to do more like 3D content. I feel like a lot more comfy in VR now, so I think I can probably do more of that. I'm going to be doing like workout streams and stuff, but Mari is working on... Wait, I gotta see. You don't see what I see. Mari is updating my other model. Let me show you. Check it out. Ta-da! It's a me, Elly. Uh-oh. Bro, I can't fucking zoom the camera in. There we go. Okay, how do I tilt this so that it works like this? Yeah, so Mari's going to be updating this model with my new textures and also with my workout outfit. We're going to do workouts together. It's going to be fucking awesome. At least, I hope so. I hope that I don't fucking crash and burn with this, but yeah, 3D Elly! Elly, you're beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, chat. You're so sweet. Okay, so I can't really read you on my overlay thing, but I could just peek under my VR headset and I can see you right there. But I won't be able to catch all your messages, unfortunately. You miss 3D Elly? Did you miss me? Don't worry, I'm gonna do more 3D content. Like, I actually got this shit set up by myself. Can you guys believe that shit? I got this set up all by myself, kind of. I mean, Bagel and other people helped me, like, a lot. But, you know, I did it by myself. And my microphone, that wasn't working either, and I got that to work, too. Oh, but do you guys want to show? I'll show you. This is like my home world right now. So in VR chat, there's so many different kinds of worlds. And you can, if you like a world, you could set it to your home so that every time you like open the game, that's where you spawn. What's going on with my jacket? Okay, it's fine. So I like this world because, can you hear it? Or do you just hear the music on the stream? I didn't even think about that. That maybe you can't hear the game. Oh. Music in the stream? I mean, that's okay too, but this world is really pretty because there's rain. It's like rain sounds. And some of the worlds that we're going to go to, like there's sounds there too. Like if we did driving and stuff, you might want to like hear the cars. So I don't really know how to fix that. Wait, what if I do this? Oh, this is going to look really weird because I'm looking under my VR headset. This is going to look weird. Oh, okay. Just ignore that. Desktop audio. What if I do properties? And what if I do What if I connect it to my VR? Oh, I don't know if I can. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, Sagging. Respectfully. Oh! Oops, did I? Listen, chat. You know, sometimes you just gotta live boobaliciously, okay? Sometimes it's just a way of life. But yeah, this world is really pretty. It has a hot tub. Whoa. So I can actually do... What if some bubbles came up? That would have been really funny. But yeah, I could do like hot tub streams. Ugh. But I don't have a swimsuit on this model. Wait, but I'm going to. That's one thing that Mari's working on for me. Pretty cool, right? Whoa. So yeah, we could do hot tub streams and chill. VR is wild adjustments. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Let's see here. I'm not very good at it either. That's the other thing. It's like all kind of new to me. Well, not anymore. I'm not like new to VR, but I'm brand new to streaming 3D stuff. As you can see, I don't even know how to open my excess overlay or whatever the fuck it's called, so I can't even read chat while I'm in here, unless I peek under my headset. And if my movements are making you feel kind of yicky, let me know. Okay. VR chat is the best. I love it so much. You could do so much stuff in here. I'm going to change back into this avatar. Because I really like this avatar. I feel like this one is actually like pretty accurate. I don't know. And I like my ears. I like my tail. So yeah, but I love my other one too. But Mari's working on it. It's going to be updated with some new textures and I'll be using it a lot. Little bit of both. God, you love the song. Yay! Okay, I'm going to let my mods be in charge. Oh, also the boobs. So here's one thing about 3D, okay? Like, there are some things that when you move around in a 3D space, they're just going to go all over the place, okay? And there's nothing we can do about it. So, haha, funny, boobs that are waving and everything. But it's just like the limits of the software and like of what you could do with 3D modeling. But Scarlett, whoa. Oh my God, something just happened. What the fuck was that? Oh my God. I think I almost blue screened or DC'd or something. Ugh. Hi, Kay. That scared me. That made me fucking dizzy. Yeah, it like everything. Okay, I can't even explain what just happened. But hopefully my computer doesn't blow up. But yeah, Scarlett made this beautiful model. And so I only want people to say nice things about it. And if people are, you know, commenting on the boobas and stuff, that's nothing she can control. Like literally nobody can fix that. It's just like the parameters of, you know, how you make 3D models and stuff like that and how they move in the space. So it's kind of funny. I can use my other model because they don't flap around quite as much, but you have no complaints. Yeah, Scarlett makes amazing avatars and so does Lily. And those two are good friends of mine. So please make sure to check them out. If you want to buy some really cute, awesome models yourself, consider checking them out. Give me 1 second. I can also make my boobs smaller. I can make them bigger and smaller too. Look. Wait, I don't know if I should do this. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Do you? Make it flatter? This is as small as they go, which is still pretty fucking big. That's some honkers right there. Okay, look at this. Oh my God! What the fuck? No, that's too cursed. I'm sorry. I can't. No, not happening. Yeah, the way, yeah, that is not happening. Anyway, let's move on, shall we? I can also put this kind of like behind me, so. Yeah, this is the rest of this world. It's really pretty. See? You come in here. And then you go this way. See? And there's like a little, I don't know, living area. Look! Ah! Come back here. I don't know if you can see him. He's a cat. He's a very bouncy cat. Here. How do I make this stay still? Anchor. Wait, what? Local world? Ooh, I did it! Look at me, I'm learning. Look at the cat. It's so cute. Anyways, I'm learning. Yeah, so now I can like move around in the world like this. Oh, whoa. Oh my gosh, VR chat is so fun, honestly. Oh, there's the camera, it's right there. But I'm such a fucking noob to this shit, I'm telling you. Wait, how do I undo this? Use. Whoa! Whoa! Oh my god. Oh my god, that's really cool. Okay, I'm gonna go default. There we go. Yeah, so I'm a fucking scrub when it comes to all this stuff, and be patient with me, okay? More entertaining because you're a noob. It's so funny. Well, I'm glad you're entertained. But yeah, this room is really cute. It looks like this. See? See? And then you can come this way. And there's pretty flowers outside. Oh, and then you can see the city out here. Check that out. Oh my god, I felt like I was gonna fall. Sometimes the VR things seem really realistic. Hi, Lucky Mo. Hi. Hi, how's it going? Okay. Oh, there's a bed. Look, chat. It's a bed. Okay, but something kind of cool about this bed that I discovered is look at this. Look, you can like actually go under the blanket. It's weird. I don't know if you could see it. But you could turn the blanket on and then you can actually like go under. Yay! It's cute, right? Hey. So yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff that is like interactable. Interactable like that. Kind of cool. That's why I like this world for my home world. Just because of that fucking blanket, to be honest with you. The blanket was the best fucking part. Group wankage! Oh my god, of course that's what you guys would fucking think about. Okay, then you can come downstairs like these. Oh, if I go sideways, my titty don't go so crazy. And then, yeah, downstairs, there's just like a cool, oh, this is kind of cool. A nice little hangout area. Ta-da! Ta-da! Ooh. Very nice. Yeah, this is my homeworld for now. It's cute. I like it. You can actually watch stuff too in VR. You can watch like movies and videos and stuff, which is really cool. I like having movie nights with friends. And then over here, there's a kitchen. Oh yeah, this dude. He's not actually here, but he scares the shit out of me every time I log in. He's like, hey, come over here. I get to be greeted by an e-boy. Isn't that great, chat? Oh my god, has a dream come true? Oh yeah, there's a pool table which you can actually use. Pretty fucking poggers. Elly, play your stream on stream. No, fuck no. Oh, you can eat potato chip? It's like, ow. See? Potato. Yeah. Anyway, that's my home world, but there's so many other worlds that I could show you guys. And I don't know where to start, really. There's so much stuff we could do. They removed the sign? Wait, what? What sign? Want to get your ass kicked in pool? No. bitch. I would fucking destroy you. But also, no, I'm solo today. Unless any of my usual buddies want to come join me. Kay, do you want to hang out? But yeah, I don't know what we want to do. Let me look. I've got some cool worlds. Oh, I have a request. I have some cool worlds. Let me see. We've got I have a bunch of worlds saved and I have them like my worlds. And then there's some that are like cozy worlds, comfy worlds, ones that are for like activities. Let's see activities. I've got a lot for activities. Oh, there's the initial D one. There's some really cool music worlds too, but you guys can't hear in the game. Can I join? Can I join? Can I join? Can I play? No. But Ellie, can I play? 1v1 me, Ellie. Oh my god. Oh, there's the world where you can do like fucking fighter jets. That's a fun world. You can fly around in fighter planes. Ooh, I actually like the gun range and I like the graffiti place. Oh, there's so many that I really, really like. It's hard to pick one. But, Pickle Palace, that's a good one. Oh yeah, I also have to be careful because, you know. Wait, what's this one? Drift? There's a drifting one? Oh, I don't know how good that one would be, guys. I don't know about that. I don't know. Oh yeah, there's Kitchen Cooks too. That one's really funny. It's basically like, what's that cooking game we can play with people, but it's in VR? Instead, it is in VR. Miss N, could I perhaps join? Initial D is a very good server. Okay, let's do that one then. We're going to try it. It might make me feel sick though, and I don't want to feel sick. Let's try. New instance. You can invite. All right. Here we go. I don't know what you guys see right now, to be honest. Blue screen? That's all you see? A blue screen? Wait, are you playing Baby? Check out Patrick's Dream. Oh, I have to turn on my camera. Oh. Camera? Hello? Have I not loaded in yet? Ah! Hello! Dude, this is so fucking weird, bro. Okay. Yeah, this is the initial D world, and you can actually, like, hop in cars and stuff. Look. Ooh. Oh, I don't know what it's gonna look like on my camera if I try to actually, like, get in here. Ah! Okay, let's do this. We're gonna put it up like this. Dude, this shit's gonna make me feel sick, though. Oh my god. I don't know about this one, chat. I don't know about this one. Dude, how do you even drive this thing? Wait, I'm on the wrong side. I'm on the wrong side. Damn it. I forgot that they're like on the other side. Okay. I wish you could see me, but I'm going to be sinking into the fucking seat. We're on the road. Okay, how do you do this? I literally don't know how to do this. Bitch. Ah! Okay, I don't know if I can do it, guys. I don't know how to do it because you have to be able to interact with the car and stuff, and I don't know what button to press. Great time for the music. How do I fucking do this? I really want to make it work. Why am I like this? What if I put the camera on the side? Dude. Dude. Dude, no. Turn it around. Oh, I'm doing something and something's happening. I'm doing something. Okay, let me just anchor this and then we're going to go world. Oh! Okay, now what? I know how to... Oh my god! How do you steer? Ah! It's not working! It's not working! Okay, that was not my fault. All right? That shit was not my fault. How do you put it in reverse? Oh! Oh my god! No. Oh my... Wait, okay, I can grab the fucking steering wheel, but not if the camera's there. So I have to... How do I deal with this fucking camera? There's a manual in the spawn? No, I'm not reading a fucking manual. I don't want to read a manual. Can I put it like this? Oh! Oh, guys! Oh, guys! I think I figured it out! Yeah, I'm not fucking reading a manual. Hell no. This camera has to go somewhere. You can go right here. Damn it! I keep grabbing that instead of the steering wheel. Okay, what if I try like this? Oh, that actually kind of works. Okay, let's try this. Oh my god, I can grab the steering wheel. That's poggers. All right, Ah! Why am I leaving? Goodbye, chat. Goodbye. Goodbye. See you later. I crashed. Okay, I gotta go get this camera. Why am I such a noob? I'm so sad. Okay, let's do default. I don't know how to do it. I have no idea. Maybe the best thing is somebody else drives and I just sit passenger. Oh, I left you. Wait, what if I put the camera behind me? Oh, okay, we're going to try that, guys. We're going to try that. I don't know which car that I want. How about this one? I want this one. Okay. Camera is going... Oh, fuck. Why am I down here? No! What if I put it like here? And then I flip it. No! Well, yeah, what if I put it on this side instead? Like over here. Okay. Okay. Ooh! Okay. Oh my god. Okay, ignore that just happened, alright? Oh, this is so fucking annoying. I don't know how people do VR chat, to be honest with you. For, like, content? I have no idea. I watch people play VR chat for content all the time. And you'd think that I would have learned something, but no. Okay, here we go. Ready, chat? Oh my god. Oh my god! We're doing it! We're driving! Oh! Oh, this is scary. Wait. Ah! The steering is all fucked! No! So, you know, that is not a skill issue. That is because the steering wheel wasn't working. Okay, that wasn't my fault. I'm a great driver, okay? That had nothing to do with me, all right? Bro, I really want to get this fucking car working, man. I really, really want to get this fucking car working, but I don't know. Wait, what happens if I drive into the gas station? Do you think it explodes? Oh, a truck! Can I drive this truck? Oh, I can't drive this fucking truck. I was hoping we could drive it together. It was good for 12 seconds. No, it's because, like, you have to hold on to it, right? Like, you have to actually hold on to the steering wheel, but it doesn't, like, register sometimes. I don't know, bro. I don't fucking... Fuck this world. Let's go somewhere else. Let's go somewhere else. Also, you can't even hear the car or anything. So, that sucks, because I don't know how to make you guys hear the sounds. Oh, let's go to the firing range. But this one would be really good if you could hear it, though. I don't know how to fix that. Anybody in chat know how to fix that? Any VR chat people around? Hi, Mimi! Oh, Mimi, do you know how I don't know how to get it so that people... Can you guys hear me? First of all, I don't know how to get people to... We hear you? Okay. I don't know how to get the chat on my hand so I can read Twitch chat. I have excess overlay or whatever. I have it, but I don't know how to get it to fucking work. And then, second of all, I don't know how to make it so you can hear what's happening in the game because you'd want to hear the pew-pews, probably. Relocating table. Reach behind your head. Grab the multi-tool. Ooh. Nani kore? Press 1 on your keyboard. Wait, how the fuck do I do this? Whoa! Oh my god, that's so cool. I made this pop up here. IRL, you're not supposed to hear it. Oh. Well, no, Mimi's here. Mimi knows what to do. You're such a VR chat baby. I mean, I'm not like such a baby in the fucking game, but I'm a baby for streaming, yes. For streaming, I'm completely like fucking new to this shit. This is my second time ever doing VR chat in a stream. Let's do... Here's a gun. Illegal infinite mag. Okay, I actually learned that you... So you actually have to do this like in the game and everything. You have to like load it and everything. But I don't know how to... Okay. Oh! I just punched my chair! I just punched my chair! Oh my god. Ah! Come back! It's so fucking weird. Like, you can pull this out. Oh, it went in! And then you have to go like this. And then you can come over and... Hold on. Let me put this down for a second. You can actually fucking load the guns and shit. And then, can you see? I don't think I hit anything. Wait, no. You're supposed to like... How do you aim this? Release to drop. Why is this thing in my way, bro? Oh, I figured it out. Okay. Dude, I need my controller thing to go away. How do I make that go away? Can you see that too? No, you can't see that. Only I can see that, but it's literally blocking me from seeing how to aim this shit. Oh, I did it! Did you see that? Did you see? I hit a target. What world is this? It's called... I will tell you. So you can, it's a really cool world, actually. It's just like a shooting range, and I like coming here. Ramu's gun range. You can try all different kinds of guns and stuff, and you can even do, there's like a course thing that you can run through. Pretty poggers. I like it a lot. Way to go. Thanks. Oh, is Squeezy here too? Hi, Squeezy. Again, I can't see what I'm... What the fuck? Ha! I'm getting better. It's pretty fun. What you mean, clueless? Mimi's instructions for audio. Double tap your mic button to bring up the XSO menu. and push the plus icon. Double tap the mic button. I don't have the mic button bound to anything. I have to open up my menu to do that, I think. What's the not this. Not this. I don't know how to do it. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't have it bound. I don't know how I did it last time. I don't have it. I have B, A, and I have the little tiny button, but the little tiny button just opens. Wait, do I have to like exit the game and come back in for it to work? No, it should just automatically work, right? Yo, Rick, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the 19 months. 3 double D, Elly. Double D isn't even big where I live. I don't know if like Canada and US have like different sizings, but like people are like, yeah, double D. I'm like, double D is too small for me. It goes up to like E, F, G and everything. You can even get H cups, which are like very big. Hello there, Rick. Thank you very much for the 19 months. Ultra Raw, thank you for the 3 months. DK, thank you for the 8 months. Skiz, thank you for the 10. Guys, thanks for all these resubs and everything. Girl, you wilding. What do you mean? You need to go. Bye. Bye-bye. You got high standards? No, it's just my actual fucking cup sizes, bro. What do you mean I have high standards? Huh? Huh? You know big titty women exist in real life, right? You guys know that, right? It's not just big titty anime women. Just saying. Zam, she wearing the cat ears. These are not cat ears, they are coyote ears. And they go with my coyote tail. Wait, you can't see, hold on. I will show you. I'm offended. See? That's not a cat tail. It's not cat ears. I am not a cat girl. Hello, can you zoom in, please? Oh! Oh! Ah! No, not like that. Okay, there we go. Sorry, Twitch Daddy. Sorry. Oops. My bad. Your voice sounds way different with this mic. Yeah, it does. I heard myself on like another stream and it just sounds like deeper. I don't really know. I use my same voice, obviously. So I guess it's just different microphone. I have no fucking clue why it sounds so different, but every mic is different, so mommy chill. You love my voice in every way? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's grab a different gun. There's like shotguns, there's... Oh! Wait. Oh, you could get Car 98. There's AK. Yeah, there's so many different kinds. Ow, I keep punching my fucking desk. I keep punching my desk, bro. VR is hard. See? And you go like this and you, wait, is it not working? Wait, why? Oh. Yeah. It's kind of awkward. It's kind of weird to hold these in VR, but you get the gist. Pretty cool, right? Are those hearts or aliens in your eyes? Hearts in my eyes, alien on my belt. Who the fuck is who? Aurelia? Are you actually Aurelia? Who's that? Who's that? You don't point guns at people? I do whatever the fuck I want, because I'm the boss. That's right. I do whatever I want. But yeah, no, you're right. If this was actually, if we were practicing, you know, safety and all that, then you definitely don't do that. But Who? But yeah, this world is really cool for anybody who wants to try it out. It's like a gun range, pretty awesome, pretty pog. Let's see. What else do I have that's really cool? I wish I could show you my music worlds, guys. One day when I get everything figured out, but I just don't want to bother right now. We'll just listen to like my whatever music that I have. Excuse me. Wait, I can still hear the fucking alerts in here? Hello? Excuse me. Oops. Wait, you didn't hear it? I heard it. Oh, how do I fix that? I've got a lot of stuff to work out, guys, for this VR stuff. But I've taken notes, so after the stream, I'll know what I need to like fix and change over. Because I actually am amazed at myself that I got any of this shit working. To be honest with you, I'm kind of proud of myself that, you know, you can even hear me. So, yeah. Noted. I don't need guns. When I got this cannon, I've got these guns. Wait, don't look at how fucking pinner my arms are in VR. Let me see if I can make them bigger. I actually think I can make my arms bigger. I can hear that. Are they fitter now? Oh, yeah, a little bit. My IRL arms are way bigger. Head pats and uppies, sure. Let's go find a comfy spot. I like this place. Oh, it's so dark though. It's so dark, but you can actually... The emotional breakdown mark scared the shit out of me. Whoever just did that, that scared me, man. Head pats. Chat. You're so good. You're so good. I'm so proud of you. Oh, you're such a cute little chat. You're so cute. I love you. Ah! Wait, why are you guys doing this when you can't even hear them? Nani kore? If you open up your Steam VR menu, click the gear, go to audio, then turn on audio mirror. Oh. Mimi with the save? Let's check it out. Steam VR menu. Is it in settings? Stop trying to scare me! Stop it! Oh no, you got donut. Mimi, can you post that again? I lost it. I'm gonna go to settings though. Audio mirroring? On? Hello? Can you hear it now? Can you hear it? Yes, you can! You can stop farting! Yay, Mimi! Everybody follow Mimi right the fuck now. Mimi does VR chat.
Shit out, Juma. Oh, shit.
Yeah! And also, yeah, every time I see Mimi, I'm like, yeah! Because Mimi actually knows what the fuck she's doing. So, alerts too! Mimi! Okay, so I just have to remember that for next time. Next time I do this, I just got to turn that setting on, and then we're Gucci, fam. But yeah, this is a really cool little world. Wait, where the fuck? Oh. You can come over here and you can grab spray paint. See? You gotta shake it. You can shake two at the same time. Like this. Yeah. You gotta make sure they're shaking really good before you use them. If you still want... Oh, let me know. For sure, Mimi, for sure. Thank you. And then you can come over here. Mimi, I appreciate you so much. And you can actually... This world is fucking awesome, by the way. If anybody wants to use... How do I do the colors again? Colors. Well, anyway, you gotta get up nice and close to the wall, like this. If you want to be able to go small. Oh god, I'm so bad at this. Hearts. Why is it backwards for you? Fuck! I'm not telling you what I'm saying. Wait, you can literally see it. Don't read it! Don't read it! Okay? And then I'm gonna come like this. You better not have read that, or else I'm gonna be really pissed. I love you, chat. I love you, Jesus Almighty. Where? Did you know Jesus is a VTuber? I'm not even kidding you. There's a VTuber, and his name is Jesus, and he's actually Jesus fucking Christ, and he's pretty awesome. How kind of you? It's because I love you. I love you, chat. But yeah, come to this world. It's really fucking awesome if you get it. The world itself is called Neon Nights Graffiti. And you can have these spray paint bottles, right? Paint. And you can actually change the colors of them. So any color that you fucking want. And if you want to spray smaller, you just have to get up really close. That's the only thing. You have to be like right up against the fucking wall. Okay? Like closer than you think. Okay, what should I draw? Draw. Hi, Zilberk. Draw Zilberk. Oh, God. I can try. Let me try to draw Zilberk. We need red. It's something like this. Wait, do you have fucking ears? What do you have on top of your head? I don't remember. Silver, how are you? Also, I don't know. Black won't show up on the wall, so maybe I'll just do brown. I know you have a nose, right? And then you have like... you have eyes like... Oh no, this doesn't look anything like you. That doesn't look anything like you. I think I'm missing some stuff. It looks kind of like you. Especially the eyes. What are they looking at? Dude, guys, can I get a shout out for Zilverk, please? He's very funny, and he's also a VR chat guy, and he knows how to do VR chat stuff. Unlike me, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just a baby. I'm a noob. I don't know what I'm doing, but we're gonna figure it out together, right, chat? See you soon. Bye, Zilverk. See you soon, hopefully. That looks exactly like him. Does it really? I feel like I definitely fucked up the face. Like, there's some things. I have to see a picture now. I'm not very good at, like, doing stuff from memory because I have the worst memory ever. I can just do general things. I'm like, I know. I know it's kind of like that. What else can I draw from memory? Chat, what do you think I should try to draw from memory? What do you think? I'll try my best. If you give me something, I'll try to try it from memory. A poop noob? I still don't know what that is. You're gonna head to bed. Good night, Minato. Night-night. Sweet dreams. A skull? Ooh, I could draw a skull. That's easy. I've seen a lot of skulls. That's easy. Here, I'll show you. A skull, right? It's like this kind of... Oh, shit. I've been looking at lots of skulls because of One Piece. See, this is the basic shape of a skull, kind of. Right? And then it's got to have the bottom teeth, or jaw, or whatever you want to call it. Oh, that looks so bad. Are we doing a skull and crossbones? I kind of want to do Luffy's one, but I can't remember. Ah, I can't remember. The bottom part actually looks kind of like this, right? It's like bigger, and then he's got like teeth down there, and then he's got skull and crossbones, and he has a straw hat. I will try to do Luffy's. Okay, this is what I got so far. Not bad, not bad. Ah! Good! That's terrible! Oops. Whatever. It's good enough, right? That's literally you. Okay, now I have to do the straw hat. Straw hat color is kind of like this color. Wait, what does the rim look like? I think it's kind of like this. Oh god, this is bad. Oh no, I fucked it up. It was going so great. We will do it like this, and then we'll do the red part on it. Oh no. Oh. Oh, Elly. Oh, Elly, that's... Okay, we'll just do the red part. It's like this. Wee. Why does it look so bad? No. Nor. Or nor. It's kind of, you know, you can kind of see it, right? Right? You can kind of see it. I don't know what the eyes look like. So I'm just going to do them like this. And then it's like he's got something like that. Does it have a nose? That's kind of like the straw hats, right? It's actually pretty badass. Thanks. It's better than the one Luffy drew. True. Does it have a nose? Nose hole. Does it have like two? I feel like it has two nostrils like this. Oh, that's so ugly. I don't think it has that. I think I messed up, but luckily I can just spray over it like this. Wait, why is that skin color? Ew. It's supposed to be... Ah! Well... Monkey D. Luffy! Have you guys seen it yet? You have to watch it. If you haven't watched the live action... Oh my god, get out of my hand. Oh no. I can't drop it, chat! It's stuck in my hand! What the hell is going on right now? It's stuck! Let me respawn. It's still... Okay, it's not stuck anymore, thank goodness. Woo! Hey, chat. You come here often. There's a lot of places in VR chat that you can go. There's like bars and stuff and places like that people hang out, and it's really cool. There's public worlds, but be very careful. I will not be going to any public worlds because, yeah. Date with Elly! You guys want to go on a date? We can go on a date. Where should we go? Where should we go? VR chat Pog. Hi, Blur! How's it going? This is my second ever VR chat. Wait, I just realized that I have expressions. You can do them like with your finger. Oh! Okay, look at this. You can change your face with like depending on how many fingers that you put. Like, look, eyes are closed. That's like normal. I don't know what that does. Chat. Do you like me? It's not like I like you or anything. Blech. Disgusting. I hate it. Stop, I'm scared of women. Ew! Why did my tongue come out? Ugh. Chat, it's so sad. My tongue came out on its own. It was so embarrassing. Can I get 5 gifted? Okay, I think I could do that actually. I think it's like this. What the fuck? I'm turning this shit off. Fuck this. I'm turning this off. No more gestures. Goodbye! The mouth is broken. Kind of. It's okay because I never use it. I have no need to use it. Ice cream's so good. I could do those NPC things. I could do like NPC TikToks in VR chat. Orange, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you, thank you. I love you, I love you. This is how people do hearts in VR. I love you, thank you. Thank you. Please don't. I'm not going to. Send ice creams. Send hot dogs. Oh my goodness. Thank you. And Gizmo, thank you for the biddies. Does this work too? Orange, why are you trying to scare me? Dude, why are you trying to do that, bro? What was I looking at? I was going to look at something, but I can't remember. Okay, let's go to another world. I'll show you a couple more things that I like, and then we can just go hang out. We can sit and talk and chat and hang out and listen to music and stuff. Activities! All right. Oh, the only other one is like the aircraft one. That one's pretty fun. You could play Among Us in here. There's so many things you can do. Just Dance, which I am not doing, by the way. Hell no. Nor, I will not be doing that. I have a lot of music worlds, which I really, really like. The Butterfly Mansion. Oh yeah, from Demon Slayer. I have that too. That's pretty cool. VR chat drama court. Let's go to this one. I like this one. It's kind of neat. Let me know if I need to unpause music. Okay. About to get on VR chat yourself. Friday night hangouts and partying. Until then, I'll enjoy you being a dork. Ooh, horror. Ooh. I want to do horror like with a group though. I don't know if I could do it by myself. By myself? Oh no. That's so scary. I don't think I could do that by myself. Oh. Guys, we are super duper close to 1,300 subs. We are 13 subs away. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Boing. Okay. Welcome to the hangar. We're gonna fly fucking jet planes. Alright, first of all, we're gonna go to airfield. I don't remember where I normally go to. 1? Oh, Pog. Oh yeah, baby. Your favorite world. This world is banging. I always show people this one. Hello, I'm getting into this, aircraft. Or Nord. Let's turn the camera around first of all so you can actually see what we're looking at. You can see what I'm rocking with. Unfortunately, I fall into the chair. Is it way too loud for you too? It's kind of loud for me. But I can fix that, I think. There we go. Put the canopy down. Okay, I'm gonna turn down the volume. Wait, why did the canopy come down again? There. Alright, I legit do not remember how to do this. I think it's like this, and then... Ow, fuck. Oh! Oh no! Ah! Wait, slow. Slow down, please! No! Oh my god! Okay, fuck it. We're just going. Fuck it. We ball. Oh no! no! Ah! You know, you didn't see anything. You didn't see nothing, chat. Listen, it's really hard to get the hang of, alright? It's not that simple. Relax. Fucking relax. Here we go, let's try this again. Oh. Ha! We're gonna try this again. This time I'm actually gonna get it off the fucking ground. Okay. Are you ready? Elly can't drive or fly. You know what? Suck my fucking nuts, okay? Sugma. Where is my... Oh, there it is. Oh! Okay, I think you have to pull back in order to fly up. So we're just gonna go full throttle! Why won't you pull back? Why won't you? Oh my god! Ah! Okay, okay. Oh no. Okay, this is fine. We're in the air. We're upside down. We are upside down. Okay, we are corrected. Woo! Oh my god. This thing fucking sucks. Okay, let's steady ourselves a bit. There we go. There we go. Now we're flying. Who feels sick yet? I don't know why, but the stick is not working for me. It is not working for me, dude. I'm trying to turn towards the city, though. Oh, and also... There. Okay. Now we're gaming. Whee! And you can actually fire like missiles at people and stuff. It's pretty cool. See, there's like a city, and if other people come in and fly with you, how do I do that? Flare, probe, brake, cruise, flaps, bomb? Oh no, that's not right. How do I do that? Gun. Yeah! Fuck these people and fuck these people down there too! Uh-oh. Oh no! Ah! No! Please. Oh. I screwed up. Damn it. I'm sweating. It's so hot. Shut up! It's not what it looks like! Stop saying that! Okay, I'm done. We're getting out of here before I get in fucking trouble. Guys, listen. Stop. Shut up. We're leaving! Someone gonna get canceled. Bro, it's not my fault that I don't know how to fucking fly! Stop! Dude, it's just a random building, guys! It's literally a random building. It's a random building. Please. This is why I hate streaming. Actually, I love streaming, but this is the part that I don't like about streaming. No! I tried! I'm dead. No! Shh. Nobody say nothing, okay? Bro, I don't know. I didn't do it on purpose. Oh my god. I was just flying, okay? Oh my god. Anyway, this place is fun. You should play with your friends and they can get in the planes too and you can shoot at each other. It's really awesome. So yeah, check it out. It's called, Aircraft Carrier Jets. F-14 is what it's called. Just FYI, in case anybody wanted to come here on their own accord. It's pretty awesome. Just don't do what I just did, because, you know, you don't want to get fucking canceled. What crimes did the boss commit, dude? You don't even want to... It wasn't even my fault! I fucking tried not to! I just suck at flying! Okay? Dude, that was awful. That was fucking awful. Too soon. Anyways, where should we go now? Do you guys want to just hang out? Let's go do some hangouts. I'm gonna take us to Comfy Worlds. Cozy Comfy Worlds. How about... I have a few that I really, really like that I've saved. They're all really cute, to be honest with you. I like all of them. How about we go to... Oh, this one. No, not this one. I like this one. We're gonna go here. Bro, of course I would fucking crash into the one thing that looks like that. Of course I would. There were so many buildings there. She got suspended with her flying license. Yeah, no more flying for me. Lord Unicorn! Hi, Uni! Oh, I need to turn on my AC. I am sweating. Your luck is insane. Dude, it's just like my fucking curse. I swear to God. I'm just cursed. I am legit cursed like that. Okay, so this is a very cute world. See? It's, very chill. I don't really know how else to describe it other than it's cute and it's chill. It's like a garden world. Ooh. Pretty. See? Ta-da! I like this one. Pretty! Hi, Kim! Oh, you like the sounds. Yeah, there's a lot of worlds in VR that would be good for, like, ASMR or something like that. I don't know if I could do ASMR properly, though, because, like, the microphone and stuff, I don't think it's the best. But there's some good, like, pretty sounds. There's fishes, look. So pretty, right? The design is actually amazing. I know. I used to have this set to my homeworld before. I switch my homeworld all the time. I just pick whatever. Like, look at how pretty that is. That's fucking gorgeous. Fucking gorgeous. There's like lily pads in the water. Pretty tree. And then you come over to this little cabin thingy. And yeah, over here is like little couch area, TV room, fireplace. But there's another place that you can go. Right over here. See? It's like a little cute little loft. There's a shark! Oh my god, it's a shark! And then you can go up into this thing. It's just a tiny loft. Oh my god, it's so small. It's so small. I kind of want to sit in my beanbag chair, but then it's going to be really hard to read what you guys are saying. Let me get my phone. I'm going to put Twitch chat on my phone because I don't know how to do this excess overlay thing and I'm too lazy. So I'm just going to open it on my phone because I'm lazy. My channel. There. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna sit down. In my beanbag chair. Ta-da! Okay, chat. What are you saying, huh? If we're going super cozy, I'm gonna pull the stream over to my bed. Yeah, I figured we could just be cozy and chat. But I want to take you to some other places first. that aren't necessarily this one. Like we can go, there's so many other worlds that we can look at, you know? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot that we can look at. So, let me just look at my worlds. Oh my god, Oppa! Oppa! Oppa would like to join you. There's...
I like your cock, G.
Hey, thanks! I like yours too. Wow. Drizzly dorm. No, I'm gonna take you to this really cool world called Dreamwaves, I think is what it's called. I don't remember which one is the one with the beach? New instance. There's one with a pretty beach that I want to take you to. Chat, you're such a pretty beach. Nice cock! Yeah, you can hear alerts too. Because Mimi helped us. Thank you, Mimi. Mimi saved us. Mimi is awesome. You know what else is awesome? My beanbag chair. Oh, this is the wrong place. I'm pretty sure. I think it's the wrong one. We're gonna have to go to... wait, is it this one? Let's see.
Wait, Elly. It's a raid.
Ayo? Wait.
Elly,
Cyber Freak raid?
raid.
Wait. What the? What the? Thank you for raiding me. Holy shit. Ravina! Ravina, hello, honey. Thank you so much for raiding me. Welcome, raiders. Don't look at my titties. Look at my face. How are you? How was your stream, Ravina? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, everybody. We are in VR chat today. Pogging out. Kind of pog. How are you doing? How is your stream? Can I get a shout out for Ravina, please? Dots! What's up, Dotty? Ah, pog. It's my second time doing, doing a VR chat stream. Ooh, look at this. You see this? Boing, 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 boing. Isn't it cool? It's only my second time. Not my second time in VR, but my second time doing a stream in VR. Yeah. Ravina, thank you so much. Can I get some shout outs for Ravina and for Dots? If you need someone to take you places, I can always find some. Thank you. I'm going to be doing a lot more of this today. I'm just kind of hanging out with just me and chat, but I will be reaching out if anybody wants to, you know, do some activities or has some places that you want to take me and my chat, something like that. I just got excited because you guys are here. But yeah, today I'm just kind of chilling by myself because I'm kind of winding down a little bit. I'm just gonna like chill and chat with everybody. But I will be hitting you up, okay? And same with you, Mimi, and everybody. I know a lot of people have wanted to come join me today, but I didn't even plan to do this today. And I'm actually really impressed with myself that I even got like audio working. And Mimi helped me to get world audio working, so... Yeah, but there's a couple other things that I have to fix. So we're gonna figure that out before I do anything. Like, I'd like to do some horror maps too. Okay, is it Dreamwaves or Lucid? I think it might be Lucid Dreams. No, Dreamwaves. We're gonna try this one. Dreamwaves. New instance. Join. This is the one, there's one that has like a really pretty beach that I want to go to. What just happened? What do you mean? Those emerald eyes. Yeah. Kit made them all glowing for me, which is really pretty and cool, right? Gonna get some coffee. Enjoy your coffee, Wage. Enjoy. Thank you all so much for being here, by the way. I know the stream has been kind of all over the fucking place. Oh no, my phone is at 12%. It's been all over the place. Oh yeah, I think this is the right world. Look at this. Where is it? Close your eyes. Ride the waves. Wait, it's backwards. Ride the waves, chat! It's called Dream Waves, and it's really pretty. See, I like this world a lot. But I especially like this world. There's a lot of different parts to it. There's like, lounge. I don't know if I'm allowed in there. Oh, that's for VIP. But there's like these little ladders that you can go up to, and it takes you upstairs. And there's some like secret rooms. Like, look at this. Fishes. There's like couches, places to hang out. So pretty. Gotta go, Ikjo. Goodbye. Tora Karu, hello. How's it going? What's up? What's up? Welcome. How are you today? Thank you for coming to my stream. How's it going, Tora? What's up, guys? I'm just doing VR chat stuff. I like never do this. This is my second time streaming it, and it's pretty fun. Ooh, look at this room. Again? Dream Waves, baby. I really like this place. There's like a bed, lights, fishes. So pretty. So pretty. Pretty rooms. Yeah, I really like this place. It's so awesome. Also, I think I have like a setting I can turn on for my model here. Customization. Skin lighting? Is that even on? Oh, my skin lighting wasn't on. There, might be better now. They're fighting each other. Ooh, the fishes. Tora, what's up? Oh, is Kay here too? Hi, Kay. I could show people our world. I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering, splendid. Oh yeah, look at this. Wee! Oh, this is my favorite part of all of these, like, these kinds of worlds. And you can, like, customize. Look. You can customize what they look like, too. You could do, like, fur or, like, other shit, too. Wee! Boing. Boing. It's pretty fun. It feels, like, kind of real to me. I don't know if any of you guys know what Phantom Sense is, but I have that pretty good. Or bad? That jiggle physics. I know! When I move, the boobies go kind of flying, but that's just like a VR chat thing. That's just like a 3D model thing. You visited the world yesterday? If Elly, how are you? I'm good! How are you, honey? What's up, Tyrese? Boing. Okay, but the reason why I wanted to take you guys here was because... Wait, do I just go through? Check this shit out. There's a fucking beach. Well, first of all, there's like a little hangout area over here. Booba! Where? Oh my god, it's so beautiful here. I'm holding my phone to read chat because I don't know how to do excess overlay to make it work. So that's why my hands are up like this. I'm just reading chat from my phone. You can play beer pong. Yeah, you can play beer pong. You can do... What else can you do? There's a lot you can do. You could do... pool. But like, look at this though. Look at this. Ah! Fuck! I'm floating. Yeah, you can go in the water. He's so pretty. He's so poggers. So, head? Wait, what about head? What about head, huh? What are you trying to say? The hangouts have beer pong? Yeah. Ah!
Wow. What a beach. Elly smug.
You're a little beach. You're a little beach. Huh? Who did that? Huh? Ira Morty. You little beach. How dare you? Oh, I also like this world because... Goodbye. Check out this cute tent. Look, chat, we can hang out in here. Isn't it pretty? Hi, Gallows. I've got so many jokes about Elly and water right now. I feel like you only have one joke. Wow, Elly, you're so wet right now. Ha ha ha, very funny. Sleepover! Is it my hairstyle? You like it? I have 2 others on this model. Let me see if I can make it work. I've got this one, and I've got... short hair! I think this one's kind of cute. It's not like exactly like my normal short hairstyle, but it's like my mullet. Get some towel and stay dry? No! Both look stunning. I'm crying. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're so cute. Thank you. And then I have this one. Oh! I should be able to grab it. Ah. You can like interact with them and grab them. Handlebars. Let's let that go. Let's not. Let's not and say we did. Now fly away. I look perfect. Thank you, Alex. Thanks, guys. You're so cute. You're so sweet. I appreciate you. If she spins fast enough, maybe she can fly. Like a fucking helicopter, maybe. You fucking love it. And look, the ears come through the little cap. I think it's so cute. I love it too. But I kind of like this one. And the regular one too. They're all good. But yeah, we can go out of here. There's... ooh. This is where I'm gonna throw you if you're bad. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. That's where you go. That's where bad chatters go. I accidentally fucked with my settings earlier. There we go. Okie dokie. Let's see here. Short hair reminds me of that one babysitter you had? Bro. Bruh. Okay. I guess I'm your babysitter now. Makes sense. May I volunteer in the bad chatters box? Why do you want to go in the flames, bro? I'll take it. Blue fire. Yeah, it's so pretty, right?
You dirty boy.
You are dirty. What the hell is wrong with you? Dreamwaves. Okay, but honestly... oh. Maybe I have to do this.
Are you mentally unwell?
Stop!
Down right now. Oh, do you have the big sad?
No. I'm not mentally unwell. Thank you very much. Aw, thanks for the kisses. Look at this view. Isn't that pretty? I like it so much. Why am I so pink? I'm so pink. The hairstyle is on point. Thanks, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Elly. Jiggle physics go crazy. Yeah, that's just because like 3D models, there's like some things that when you move around in a 3D space, it's just going to happen like inevitably. So it's not like a feature that was like purposely made. It's just like the limitations of the program itself. Yeah. But it's basically when I move, certain like things go flapping around that wouldn't normally. You know what I'm saying? You missed this, Elly Stinky. I missed you too. I miss you so much. I miss you so much. I miss you. I miss you. How have you been? VR chat, Elly, it's different. Thank you. I like VR chat a lot. I have like a little thingy that I put my feet up on, but I can't find it. Get over here. Yeah, I spent a lot of time in VR chat. Well, I was spending a lot of time in VR chat, but like not so much anymore. I've taken like a little bit of a step back, a little breaky break from it. Also, if you guys are wondering what I'm sitting on, it's a big giant beanbag chair. See? Sometimes I sleep on my chair.
Oh my god, Alexa.
Ew! Why are you doing that one? Stop.
Okay, here's big fart. Oh shit. Oh. That was a deep one. Oh yeah. Shall I play another fart sound? Yeah, give me another one. Come on. Oh. That.
Are you fucking done? Are you fucking done yet? Huh? Huh? Are you fucking done? In my stream? How dare you? Sniffer. Alexa. Fart for me. Chat.
Are you mentally unwell? Are you having an emotional breakdown right now? Oh, do you have the big sad?
Shut up. I don't have the big sad. You guys are just annoying me. No big sad. Gah. I hate having these things in my hands too. That's the other part that I don't like about it is like the actual like equipment for VR. It's kind of annoying sometimes. I have these things, these like index controllers in my hands, and I don't like them. Can you fucking stop? You're so obnoxious, I swear to God. Hoi hoi! How's it going? Anybody who's just joining us? Isn't being annoying what chat is for? I suppose. I suppose. Yeah. This world is great. Yeah. You said it yourself, bro. You said it yourself. Wow. Anyway. Gotta get something to eat. Be right back, food. Yeah, get something to eat, get something to drink if you haven't had anything to drink. I haven't had anything to drink in a while. I probably have to hydrate soon. Boop. Are you booping me? No, I'm the one that's gonna boop you, see? Boop. I can actually boop you now, chat. Boop. Pretty fun. Good shit. It's good shit. Chat, where'd you go? You want some? This is my other go-to avatar. This is my go-to avatar. Meow. Oh, you want to see something fucking awesome? Watch this. Check this out. Yeah. 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 Woo! Wait, you can't see, you can't see. Hold on, I know a fix for this. I know how to fix this. Ah! Throw it back? Can I twerk with this? Yeah. Oh my god. I fucking love this one. Watch, chat. I can do a backflip. Ready? Ow. Fuck. I'm okay. I'm okay, guys. I tried. I fucking tried. What the? You tried doing a backflip. That shit is not easy. Okay? That shit's hard. Good shit. That's the good shit right there. Yo-ho! Wait, you want... Wait, I don't think I should be encouraging people to drink lean. Are you a baby kitten? Sure! Oh, I have to be careful what I transform into because some of these are not stream. Like, I mean, they're fine, but oh, where's my favorite one? Oh. Avatars. Oh, good, I saved it. I really hope this works. Huh? Why is this camera so... Why is this model so small? This avatar is so small. It should be big. How did you know, Oppa? How the fuck did he know that this is what I was gonna transform into? You know me too well. Watch this. Rah! Rah! Gah! Gah! I like these avatars. They're so silly. They're so silly. I miss my other model. The alien could probe me any day. Careful what you wish for. Because you never know. Wait, Xenomorph? Dude, I fucking love Xenomorphs. The only reason I want to play the like Dead by Daylight update or the new chapter is because they added the alien chapter. But, you know, is the scary alien gone? I don't know. Is it? Is she? Okay, guys. Should we go somewhere else? Oh, we could go hide in the tent. There. Yeah, let's just hang out. Ooh, thank you, V-Dog. Thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Thank you. How are you? An alien popped out of your stomach. It's yours. I ain't taking responsibility for that. I ain't paying no child support. The stream has been very interesting. It's kind of been a bit of a fucking train wreck. But it's also been really fun. Just got home from work. How was work for you today? I'm doing great. I'm just hanging out with everybody. Having a good old time. Kind of sad though because the lap dance event was tonight and I forgot about it because I haven't gone in so long, and I had to skip it today because I was like already late for stream. So I was like, oh, I don't think I can go today, but I'll go again in like a couple weeks. More of a plane wreck. Yeah, that was... that was so bad. I feel like I'm gonna get canceled. I swear I didn't do that on purpose. It just happened. It's like one of those things that is just like a typical Elly thing, you know what I mean? What lap dance event? So Spongy Buns hosts this like really awesome event where there's all these awesome dancers you get together, and there's some guests and they dance on the guests, and it's hosted on Rafflegator's channel, but it's over on Kick. Because some of the, you know, it's like, woo, dancing and woo, sexy models and all that, so it might not be the best for Twitch. So it's on Rafflegator's Kick channel. They might still even be going. It's usually over around this time, but yeah, it's a fucking lap dance event. It's so much fun. And there's all these really talented dancers, and they're actually so talented, bro. Like, they can do like fucking flips and shit. They can do the splits. Very sexy. Wait, plane wreck? What did I miss? Nothing! You didn't miss anything? Actually. Actually. There are some sick-ass models. I know! I want more models. I'm obsessed. I love this model, and I love my other model, but, like, I want models in kind of, like, different styles, you know? And I want to be able to kind of, like, customize them to look like me. Elly's 3D model is hot. Thank you. Thank you. I can't wait to show you what Mari's been working on. She said it's going to be done pretty soon, so fingers crossed that we'll be able to do some workout streams. Most likely, I'll just like mute when I do that, because I don't want you to hear me like heavily breathing and panting and shit. People who come to watch that shit, I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's a little bit weird, champ, for me. You know? Comfy. Yeah, very comfy stream right now. Because there's like so many worlds and things that I could take you guys to, but I just don't have that many that I've saved. And I want to set up some stuff with friends. Like, it's always fun with like a group of people too. But I also like to just come and chill and hang out with just me and you in like really pretty places like this one. So pretty. Wow, so pretty. Oh, so I'm weird. Wait, why? I mean, I'm not saying no, but like, why? Got a home gym? I do have a home gym, actually. And you guys are the ones who like made that possible for me. You guys all helped me out. I put some stuff on Throne, and the community was able to come together and fund that for me. Yo! Zod! Thank you so much for the 7 months! You're talking pretty and coming. Huh? What? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mwah! Appreciate that. Thanks for all the resubs and stuff today, guys. We are currently at... we're 12 subs away from 1,300. Oh. 11. And we got a hype train going. Thanks so much, dudes. Thank you, thank you. Crimson, thanks for gifting a sub. Hi, Timmy. Hi, Zod. Rawr. Yeah, there's a lot you can do in VR. Like, some people like to dance and shit, but I don't have a very big space because I have legit a fucking squat rack behind me. Like, I have a home gym in this room, so I have my fucking setup in front of me, home gym behind me, and then in the middle is my beanbag chair. Which I'll be moving out of the room when I do workout streams because, yeah, that'd be really awkward to have that there. What's it like in the virtual world? Well, that's a good question. Honestly, I really love it. It's at first, if you're not used to it, it can be kind of dizzying. Like a lot of my friends will get kind of sick or like motion sickness. Or sometimes if you're not used to wearing a VR headset, you can get like headaches, but mine's really comfy, actually. It's never really bothered me. And I only got motion sick at the beginning. And once I got more used to it, I never got motion sick like ever again. Otherwise, it's so fun. Like, there's so much to do. There's so many games, people to meet. There's like public worlds you can go to, but you gotta be careful because people say and do a bunch of whack shit in there. Thank you so much, Gift Does. Orange, thank you for the 10 gift. Wait a second, did you just get us at 1300? We're like 1 sub away. Thank you, Orange. Thank you. Oh, and Chaos, thank you for the biddies. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Orange. Thank you, Chaos. Mwah. Thank you. I appreciate the love, guys. Hi, Torn. How's it going, gorgeous? How are you today? It's a Torn bubble. And thank you, Orange, for getting the last sub to get us all the way. Wait, what are we're at 1301. Thank you. Thank you, Orange. Thank you. 1301. That's super fucking pog. Wait, what's up there? I see something up there that I never noticed before. I wonder if I can get up there. How the hell do you get up there? Maybe that's part of a different part of this world? Oh. Hold up. The Dream Lounge. Oh, I think it's actually just like not a real thing. What is that? Huh. There's something up there, but I don't know if I can get up there. Anyway. Boobies! They're flapping. They do be kind of flapping, though. But that's okay. Y'all don't mind it, right? Thank you, guys. Thanks for getting me to 1301 unsub. So it's not an unsub. It's that like every month, like the way that the subs work is they're usually for 1 month only, right? So every time, like if you subscribe, then exactly 1 month later, if you don't renew that sub, then it goes down. And here we have a lot of like authentic subscribers, but we also have a lot of gifted subs too. Like a lot of my subs are gifted every month. So thank you so much for the gifters who do that. I do try to promote like, you know, organic subs, like individual subs from people as well, because those are great as well. And a lot of times people choose to resubscribe. So that's really helpful to me. And you can also use your free Twitch Prime sub if you wanted to. But yeah, another thing you can do is gifted subs, and that's really nice. But that's why the sub count goes up and down so much. Because it's probably just been a month since they were gifted or since they subscribed. And sometimes if they haven't resubbed yet, then it doesn't count yet. Not a gift subs, imagine. I'm pretty sure Orange has like the most by a lot. So gotta take you to some comfy worlds. I know. I've got a few comfy worlds that I really like, but I always want to find more. There's so many worlds out there. Oh, level 4 hype train. Thank you guys so much for the hype train. Thank you. 46.55. That's insane, Orange. Holy fuck. Oh my goodness. That's fucking crazy, bro. Thank you so much. Thank you for being so good to me. And all of you, really. Thanks for like being part of my community. I know I have not been consistent with streams because I've been just going
Elly,
through it.
You and chat are all right by me. I don't mind coming back to these streams more often. It's a place to chill and relax, I must say.
Dude, thank you so much. Thank you, Kilowatt. Thank you. Thank you for the... What the... Yeah, I like this place too. I think it's a great place to like come and hang and chill with some good people. Yepers. And I don't know. I want to get back into games. I just don't really know what to play these days. Do you ever get that? Do you ever get that where you like just don't really feel that inspired to play anything? I don't know. I'm going through like not a burnout because I'm not burnt out from streaming. Like I could just sit and chat forever. Like I love just talking with you guys and hanging out. But as far as like games on stream, I don't know. I kind of want to like there's a few things that I kind of want to play, but been not as easy to catch streams since the start of the year compared to now. Yeah, well, I mean, when I started, I was doing a subathon. So I was streaming like 13 hours every fucking day for like months. And then I've had a rough year. I've had a rough year. A lot of us have. I will not forget this year. It's been really good in a lot of ways, but it's been really rough too. Like I've missed about 2.5 months, if you put that together, of streaming time. Just due to life stuff, like stuff that I had to do and I couldn't stream. So yeah, it's good for me to be back now. Like now I'm going to be able to be consistently streaming all the way until after Christmas time, I think. And I'm going to be releasing some new stuff. And when I do, I was thinking of doing like, I don't know, maybe like a capped donathon or even uncapped, but I'll just make it like really hard to add the time so it won't last too long. Live your life. Yeah, I mean, but there are some things that just happened that it was like not in the cards, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes life just throws things at you that you're not expecting and you have to figure it out. So that's kind of what happened to me. Grimy, thank you for 1 year. One amazing year. Thank you. Thank you so much for 1 awesome year together. Here's to many, many more. Thank you. Thank you. How are you today? You got an idea for that? Ooh, really? Oppa, do you want to DM me? Gotta go to sleep. Good night, Orange. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Let's go. Hi, JB. I was off for a bit, but you're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're just like hanging and talking and chilling. Just saw Pantera and Lamb of God. What? Bah! That's awesome. I'm jelly. I want to go to more concerts, dude. I want to go to concerts, please. Please. Good night, Orange. Bah. I see your messages, Oppa. I'll answer you after stream, okay? Sometimes life decides to take the scenic route. Oh, hell yeah. That was this year for me. But the second half of the year has been really much better. The first half was kind of like a lot of shit was going on for me, but Elly can call me a good boy for my bedtime. Orange, you're a good boy. You're such a good boy. Iron Maiden and Atreyu are on tour. Oh, Zod, you should go see them. Are you gonna be able to catch them? Wish I could hang out in VR. That would be cool. Yeah, I don't really hang out with like viewers in VR because it's like just not on stream because I can't. It's not that I don't trust you guys, but you never know, right? And my stream is my job. It's my home, so I only share it with people who I like really trust. Not that I don't trust you guys, but the issue too is if I start inviting people from chat, then I have to start inviting everybody, right? It's not really fair if I only have like a couple people and like not, you know, open that up. However, we are going to be doing VR chat hangouts. We already did one. We had a party. We're having another party tomorrow night, which I think it's time for me to show you the world. You guys want to see our world? Kay has been working so fucking hard on it. Updated favorites. Hey. Here we go. Let's go. I'll take you to our world and then we'll end stream. We'll do a little raid or something. We never know. We get one guy. I mean, can you guys think of any streamer? Can you think of any streamer who invites random people from the chat to like hang out and play games all the time? I mean, maybe some people do. But like, think about somebody in my position. You know what I mean? Like, most people don't do that. Most people don't do that. And it's like, it's always interesting to me because a lot of people always like want to be involved and want to be a part of the stream. And I'm kind of like, that's cool, bro. Like, I love you guys and you're awesome. But like, that's not part of the deal. Like, I never ever said that that's what I was going to do, you know? Not that I don't love you guys. I do community games and viewer game days and stuff sometimes. Maybe a super small streamer, but not really outside of that. Yeah, like, I don't know. It's like an issue of a lot of things, actually. It's like audio is an issue. Like, not everybody has the ideal setup. And like I said, like, I really want my stream to be really entertaining and like, I don't know, I want it to be something that is kind of like good, high quality and all that. And when you invite just anybody and whoever, that's when things can get really fucking complicated, you know? All right, let me show you. So this is the entrance. This is the entryway. You just don't want to get you and everybody in trouble. Tommy, I don't think you'd ever do anything like that. You know what I mean? It can attract parasocial. Yeah, I mean, people, it's like, it's my stream. You know? It's my fucking stream. And I don't need to share it with nobody. I only share it with people who I like really... Not that I don't love you guys, but I share it with people who are like really close to me. Syndicate! Repair shop. Also, this was made by the amazing K. And you can actually see their information down here. KVRC! If you'd like to reach out, you can find them here. Twitch.tv/KVRC. Twitter.com/KVRC_EN. So, funny story about K. My friend Hazami recently had like a big re-debut, which was awesome. And she got a VR chat world created. And before she did her re-debut, she invited me and a few friends to come and see her like some stuff that was being worked on. And I don't know how much of that she shared with the community yet. Like, so I'm not going to say much about it. But I did meet Kay while I was over there. And then I was talking to Kay. And Kay was like, and I was like, this shit is so cool. Like, this is awesome. Who made it? And he's like, I did. And I was like, you made this? And then he's like, yeah, let me show you some other places that I made. And he took me to some other worlds. And like literally one of those worlds, like me and Kit had just been in there taking photos and stuff. And I was like, bro, I didn't know that you're like the one who creates like a lot of these super pog worlds. He's like, yeah, maybe. And I was like, do you think I could commission you to make something for me? And he was like, yeah, if you want to. So yeah, the rest is history. I had the absolute pleasure of commissioning Kay to make this world. So this is where you spawn in. Also, I noticed he changed some stuff on the walls and I really like it. He changed textures. Ta-da! This is the Syndicate Garage. Ooh! First thing you see when you come in, some art on the walls of yours truly. Obviously, you gotta have cars, motorcycles, and all that. Obviously. Over here is the bar, and you can also play like a video. We have Code Mistake right now because I'm obsessed with it. And then over here, yeah, there's like a little lounge area, pool table. You come on over this way. We have darts. You can actually play them. I believe you can. Let's see. I should be able to do this. Oh! Not bad. Yeah. Oh! Look at that! I almost got it in the middle. That was really good. Holy shit. Let's try one more. Okay, that one wasn't... Well, actually... I don't know if I got any points. I don't know how to play darts. I don't know how to play fucking darts. Actually, that's a lie. I played a lot of darts when I was in Korea, but I don't really remember how it works. So yeah, there's interactable darts, interactable pool table that you guys can play. This is where we're going to be having our party tomorrow. Whoa, I see that Kay added some more shit. That looks awesome. Oh yeah, also, I don't know if you noticed, but there's like shmoney and guns everywhere because, yeah. Pro gamer, that's right. See, you can go behind the bar. Wow, Kay! You worked so hard. He like stalked everything. Damn, this shit looks good. We can get a bartender. We can do RP chat. Oh my god. Over here, this is our gun wall. Check out this. Check this shit out. Oh, oh, so nice. Golden guns. Yeah. Then you come over here. Got my motorcycle. You can come down the ramp. Oh, I love what you did over here. There's like a little hangout area. Check it out. Our cars in our garage. Pog. Look at this shit. It looks so good, Kay. We even have a car that we're working on. Ooh. And I don't know if you look up, you can see we're in the city. Oh, and then the beach. I believe the beach is that way. So this garage is actually based off of the design from the garage at the docks in GTA 5. Because a lot of y'all know that's my background. That's where I came from. That's why I even started, streaming to begin with. Or being a VTuber. Yeah, check it out. This is all done by Kay. Oh yeah, there's like a little gym area too, which I love. Maybe I could do my workout streams over here. He mentioned that you can make things like interactable, but I don't know if they are yet. That's a lot of work to do. So if this isn't an official destination in GTA 6, I ain't buying it. Well, technically, it's kind of more similar to GTA 5 in Los Santos. Then you can come up these stairs, see? And there's just like this, and then there's this little area. Look, there's like a little lounge area. Isn't that cute? Isn't that fucking cute? So you can come over here and you can like hang out. I don't know. I think that's super fucking cute. What else? So yeah, that's like the garage area, but that is not all of it, baby. There is more. But wait! There's more! That's Oppa's place, yeah. The mods can go chill over there. You gotta come through this. Ooh, this wasn't here last time. Nice. Authorized personnel only. Live fire range. So this is something that we're working on. It's a shooting range. Just like the one that I took you guys to. Except we don't know how to get that, how to actually get the guns and make it like interactable. But we're working on that, so hopefully one day we'll have that so you guys can come in here and like practice your shooting and stuff. Yeah, for now it's just a really cool feature. Don't you think? Okay, and then you go through this sleigh. Ooh. More art! Are you guys ready to see the motherfucking club? Are you guys fucking ready for this shit? I don't think you're fucking ready for this shit. Alright. Welcome to the club. Oh my goodness! Holy! Oh my god. Look at what Kay made. Look at this shit. And then, like, on this wall, I have some art with some friends. Me and Coco smooching. Me and Katie, my wife. Obviously, I can't fit all my friends, but I got the arts that I have. I have me and Kami. Me and Omi. IPN. Over here is Hannah, I think. Hannah. Powder. And Suko. I'm so lucky, bro. And of course, me and Tara. Of course. This is the VIP section. This is like my seat. This is where I sit. The art is so good. I'm so fucking lucky to have the friends that I have, bro. I'm so lucky. And I know that's not all my friends, but it's just like finding art that I have with people. Look at this. Would you look at this? You can come and you can hang out. Oh yeah, it also has like this cool feature with a microphone. this microphone, if I pick it up, I can actually interact with this, and I should be able to do like announcements and shit to you guys. It like amplifies my voice. So yeah, this is what the club looks like. We'll be able to have music playing and stuff. Yeah, Kay says it actually works. Like, you can actually fucking pick up the microphone and talk into it, and it'll, like, act like an actual microphone and shit. Elly, my love. Hi, Rafu! What's up, cutie? Hello. I'm just showing off my VR chat world. This is a world that me and Kay worked on. Well, I didn't do anything, but, you know, I told him what I wanted, and then he did everything. And of course, Kit helped us out a lot too with assets. Kit had some asset packages and stuff that she was like, here you go. You can use these to like make the club and everything. So fucking cool, right? But wait, there's more. Let's show you private rooms. This is one private room. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, well, it's not supposed to do that. There's a couple of things we are working on before tomorrow. The void! But you know, that's how this shit works. It's a lot of fucking work to put this together. You know what I mean? It's a lot of fucking work. Okay, I'm not going back here. There's a bar back there, though. And then over here... we had been oh my god, did you really do it? What? Kay, this looks so good. You didn't. I asked Kay to make, like, these were like private VIP rooms over here, right? So ignore the white parts. It's supposed to like, it's just like not loading in or something. The world is really big, so Unity was throwing a fit. Yeah. So just ignore that. Don't worry. It's like, this world is huge, right? We have a lot of rooms, but this is a room where you can come hang out with people. It's kind of like a private space, but you can go into this room, and this is like a private dance room, or like just a room for like 2 people to just hang out, you know? Isn't it so nice? Oh. Fuck, I love this. I love this so much. Okay. So that was one private room, but guess what? We have 2. And this one is the green room.
Wait, Elly, it's a raid.
A raid? Oh my goodness. Mute Mary. Mary, thank you so much. Dashi, thank you for the 21 months. Oh shit, let's fucking go. Dashi, thank you. Welcome back. Mary, thank you so much for the fucking raid. How is your stream? Hold on. Let me see if I can. Hi. I'm showing everybody my VR chat world. This is the green room. Oh, here's me and Kit. Gotta have my girl in here. This is the green room. But yeah, there's a couple of things that just aren't quite loading, but I think it's fine. We might be able to fix it. It might just be that the world is just too big. Mary, how was your stream? What were you up to? Yeah. And then there's a private room too. Green. It's the green room. I like how everything except for, why do I look like She-Hulk? Let me get rid of my ears. If I get rid of my ears, I think I look like She-Hulk. Wait, why is only some parts lighting up? That's funny. That's my skin textures thing that I have on. I am She-Hulk! I am! Thank you again for the raid, honey. I really do appreciate that. But yeah, dude, Kay, these are so awesome. This is actually perfect. This is exactly what I was hoping for. Ooh. Very private. Yeah. A boop. But wait, there's still more because, yeah, this place is humongous. Ignore the titties flapping around. Let me switch this around so you guys can see better. Ta-da! There's a stripper pole! People can do pole dancing if they want to. That's the back way to the lobby. Yeah, that's how to get back to the lobby over there. People can come sit on these funky couches and watch like dancers on the stage or whatever performance is going on. Classic VR chat. You're colorblind though? Oh, well, thank you for saying I look good. These rooms are not done. One of these is going to be the prison, and that's where the fucking mods live. It's like the mod dungeon. And the other room is going to be my room. But guess what? You're not allowed to go there. All right, let's go to the theater because, yep, that's right. We have a fucking movie theater. Ta-da! Come down the stairs. This is what you see. Ah! Uh-oh, stinky. Excuse me. Wyo! What's up, Wyo guy? Whoa. What? Bitch! don't. Dude! Can I get some fucking hype for our movie theater, please? You son of a bitch. I can't believe this.
Mentally unwell? Are you having an emotional breakdown right now? Do you have the big sad?
I'm gonna fucking beat your ass. That's right. You better not. You better not cross me. Wait, I really wanna... Can I replay this? I think I can. Reload. Resync? How come it's not working? No media loaded. Oh, I have to put a new video in there, that's why. But yeah, dude, this is our movie theater. Check it out. We even have a little area. You can get your like fucking popcorn and shit. Get your drinks, because when we go to the movies, we're getting snackies. There's a little DJ booth as well, because if we ever have performances here, it'd be a really great place to host that. And then you come down here, there's couches, and every single couch has mirrors on them. Dun 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 dun. See a little comfy hangout area. And the big screen, baby. Hell yeah. This is going to be a good spot to come watch movies. And as you can see, this area is kind of open and empty. And that's because in case we ever, like I said, had a performance or something like that. It's like a stage. See? Isn't that cool as hell? Okay. You did amazing. But wait, there's more. We still have one more room to show off. And like I said, we're going to have a party here tomorrow night. So you guys had better RSVP to that by going into the Discord. If you don't RSVP, I'm sorry, but you will not be able to go. The last room is actually for the boss, but you guys are welcome to go in there too. It's where I like to do business. Business. Or come through this way and check it the fuck out, guys. Check this out. This is my office, okay? Do you see it? Do you see it? Oh my god, Kay, you literally fixed everything. You are a god. ATM's here. That's right, guys. My office is inside the fucking vault, baby! Dude, the floors. I love the floors, Kay. I love it. Ooh. Ooh. It's the boss lady's room. Gold. Money. Hell yeah. Check this shit out. See, I even have my chair where I can sit back here like a big boss lady. What do you guys think? What do you think, huh? What do you think of my humble abode? Our syndicate world. Thank you so much, Kay, for creating it. Wait, you're awesome. Elly. I love you. And of course, the amazing artist Amorphia, who gave the... These are basically taken from the backgrounds on my stream. They're all inspired by that, and they were created by Amorphia. So, yeah. Thank you for the raid! Raiders! K, what is it? It's my world. K. It's fucking sick. Are you gonna come to my party tomorrow? Because you could see more. You could see the whole thing. I tried to show everybody the whole thing, but wait, who rated me? I'm trying to look in chat and see who rated me. Kira! Sukitori? Did I say it right? Kira, thank you for the raid. Hi, kitty. I'm so good, honey. How are you? Hi. Welcome, guys. Welcome to my office. This is where I do business and talk about shmoney, where we plan our next great heist. It's inside a vault. No big deal or anything. Just boss-ass bitch stuff. But yeah, none of this would be possible without the amazing, incredible work of Kay. Really? You're so great. Thank you. DM me when it is. It's tomorrow night at 10 p.m. EST. Honestly, if you can't make it, it's okay. I'll probably have some more little hangouts here, or just like, have some friendo stuff. Those bikes ain't gonna buy themselves. Pretty baller indeed. Hi, Sekine. Hi, honey. I really want to do like a friend hangout. You know what I mean? See if we can like throw a party here or something like that. I'm not really good at hosting things though, so we'll have to wait and see. But yeah. Yeah. I just love this so much. Like, look at this. It's gorgeous. It's actually fucking gorgeous. I'm falling through the world. There we go. It's fucking beautiful. Like, sitting here. VIP section. I don't know, man. It's pretty awesome. Poggy. Poggy Woggy. Friend. Elly furry boss. This world is so fucking baller. Thank you. You guys can come visit it, actually. I believe it's like a public world now. Like, not my instance, because you can create your own instance, but let me take a look real quick. It should be. So if you guys just search the Syndicate Garage by K, but I think it'll be the only one, the Syndicate Garage. I have a feeling, and there can be 72 people in this world. There's a couple little things that we're still working on, obviously, but it's almost pretty much done. Oh, is my hip tracker dead? Oh, my hip tracker is dead. Oh, there it is. What the hell? Anyway, just VR things. It's fucking not working. Hello? Ah, there we go. Those hips don't lie. They do be lying, though. Yeah, it's public. You guys should be able to search it for yourselves in VR, and you can come take a look if you want or hang out here anytime. The only rooms you won't be able to access are my room. I think that's going to be the only one. The prison, you will be able to go there. It's basically going to be a dungeon, like a torture room. That's where we take all the bad people, and also where the mods live, funnily enough. But yeah, my room, only a select few people will be able to see it. If anyone at all. I might not let anybody. Maybe Tara. And Sekine. When your hip pops out. Oh, Sunny, the mod dungeon. No way. Yeah, it's just going to be pretty simple, I think. It's going to be like a fucking prison, prison bars, like maybe some torture equipment on the walls. Chains and shit like that, But yeah, I'm super thrilled about this. Like, look at that. Look at that. Kay, you have outdone yourself here. Really. Really. This room did not have a reference. Kay just basically created this based on like my requests. And also based on the things that Kit was able to help us out with, like assets and stuff. Some of you have been to my world before, and it probably looks way different than when you were here before. But I feel like it's super cohesive now. It's really like come together. Can we have a picture of a pufferfish? Yeah, my idea would be that every mod will have something in there to represent them. So like a PNG or something. I would love that if the mods could have their own shit. What if me and Tara at the same time? Oh. Oh my goodness. One hell of a glow up. Bro, Kay has been working like tirelessly, you guys. He's awesome. And you can find his information too. Like here, I'll go to Respawn. Actually, no, I can just go through lobby. I won't be lazy. Also, this place has a really great movie theater if you want to watch a movie in VR. Like, look at all the surfaces, man. All the lighting and the surfaces. Dude, like, even the private rooms are so cute. I know the roof is a little bit, it's like not showing up for some reason, but it's there. It'll be ready by tomorrow, I think. Otherwise, maybe the world is just too big. Some things might not load. But, look at these little private rooms. Like, how fucking cute is this? If you want some privacy. Yeah, dude. It's too good. It's too good. Dude. It's too fucking pogger. And, like, we'll see if we can get this working, but like I said, like, me and Kay have no idea, like, how to actually implement games and stuff like that, like the shooting range. There is a world that has it, so maybe I'll be able to go to that world and, like, if there's any information to, like, reach out to the creators of it, maybe I can ask them or see if any, I'll ask them my friends if they know anybody. Because that'd be awesome if we could have a working shooting range. But even if we don't, it's totally fine. Like, look at this shit. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this graph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. Ooh, the lights are on. 1v1 me. Oh my god, I love it so much. This is our world, chat. This is our fucking world. It's too good. Wait, why did I come over here? I was going to show you something specific, and now I can't remember. Oh, another thing that we're going to be adding is bathrooms, but I don't know where they're going to be. I don't know. I forgot. Oh yeah, Kay's contact info. Thank you. I did forget. So yeah, when you first spawn in, it'll look like this. And then you can see all my information up here. Welcome to the Syndicate Hangout, the official VR chat world for the streamer and VTuber Elly. Who? You can find her in these secret locations. Twitch.tv/Elly, Twitter.com/EllyVTuber, YouTube.com/Elly. This world is meant to surface anyone, not just Elly's community. Please make yourself at home. Toggle post processing. What does that do? Does it turn it off? Oh. I don't know. Yeah, but then if you look down here, very important. Okay, you're so fucking humble, man. He made it so small. This world was created by KVRC. If you'd like to reach out, you can find them here. That's right. You too can reach out to Kay and potentially commission a world. We need more. We need more. More. And you're also supporting creators and, you know, good people who it's like their livelihood and their job and everything. So lighting, bloom and stuff. Kay's got a good set of worlds. They've also made really cool work. Truge! You got to check out the rest of the work that they've done. Like, seriously, they made countless awesome worlds. Where's the dance pole? That's in the club. That's in the club over here. What the fuck? Open the door. See? We got a dance pole right here. Oh! My camera! Ooh, I hope some of my dancer friends will come here. One thing I wanted to ask UK is, like, I don't know if this is possible, But is there a way to have like an alternate lighting? Like this place is very bright. So like what if, I don't know if there's a way to do that, but what if we have a secondary setting where it could just be like, you could just toggle it. Like you could press a button and either have it like this or have it like dark. I have no idea. Dude, you gotta like aim and right click to throw. Are you trying to do darts right now? Needs to be bigger text for K. I told him to put a picture in there. I could as post-processing presets like Terra's World, but the lighting is baked. What does that mean? I thought you were going to say, is there any way we could hire someone to dance for the party? I mean, I'm a very lucky gal. I've got some very talented friends, to say the least. I got some very awesome and very talented friends who I'm sure I see other walls that I could potentially add art to. I'd like to get some of my VR chat friends up on these walls too. Eventually, but you know, we're just getting started. And I already got Kay to do way too much. So we'll have to wait for that. Good night, Tristan. Baked means it's set in stone, not real-time lighting. Oh. Applying the light to the textures rather than being dynamic. Better for performance. Ah, that makes sense. That's perfectly fine. It could just be like a brighter party area. And that works too. And also you have these like private rooms that are darker anyways. So you could like go in there and people can dance in there too. I like it. I like the lighting in here. I like that it's nice and bright and fun and colorful, you know? But I was just wondering, because I don't know the capabilities so much about like what you can do in Unity and in VR chat and everything. And it's like, I don't know if there is a way. Because like nightclubs are pretty dark. But this is different, you know, it's special. I'm in the world. Oh, really? Don't worry. Poor Kay. Guys, don't give Kay more work to do. Who gives a fuck? I was looking through your merch. And I'm wondering if you've ever thought about acrylic stands. I believe I have, like, you know, I've thought about it. I would really like to have more stuff like that. So I'm going to reach out to some of my merch providers and see if there's a way. The thing is, I really want to get more art commissioned that I can actually use for the stands. I'm sure with Uwu Market, I could probably pull something together. But, the art on the wall is so cute. Kay, where's ours? Mr. K, Sarah. I need more art with more friends. I just took the ones that I have already. These are, but I actually have a lot. I've been very blessed. Tara. I want to show you guys again because I love my friend so much. I don't know the names of all the artists, but I'm going to try to memorize them off by heart for anybody who wants to know the artist that made them. But yeah, this is me and Powder. Because I really want to be able to, you know, tell you who the artists are themselves. Suko! Yeah, I need one with Kamimi! I don't have art with Kamimi. What the fuck? I gotta change that. IPN. I think that in this one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Kit. This is the only like VR chat picture that I have. So I need to get, like I said, more like VR chat friend stuff. You're so bad at getting art with friends. I'll work on it. I always tell people, if you want to get art with me, like my friendos, I'll go halfsies with you. Or, you know, whatever. We can work it out. Here's me and Omi. Omi the homie. Kami. People say me and Kami are like Jesse and James. Somebody actually drew like a fan art of us as Jesse and James. It was so cute. What the fuck? Where did chat go? The theater is bomb. I know! It's like a legit theater! Katie, my wife. Coco. Coco. Hannah. This is a really cute one that Mark drew for us. It's like a thumbnail. It was like the day that we were rizzing each other. But yeah, I need more. I need Kamimi. Where's Kamimi? Stone Coldest. Thank you so fucking much for the 8 months. Thank you. A lot of my friends don't even know that I have this art up in here. If they ever like go to VR chat, like Hannah does VR chat, so that'd be so cool if she was like looking around worlds and she looked at this one.
Wait,
and then she saw herself on the wall.
It's a raid. Elly. It's a raid.
Sin!
Elly,
What up, Sin? Hi. Hi. Welcome, Raiders. Sin, thank you so much for raiding me. Hi, guys. My name is Elly. What up? I'm the crime boss VTuber, the queen of crime herself. I love heists, I love fast cars, and I love getting in trouble. How's it going? How was your stream today? Hello. Welcome, Raiders. Have a VTuber VR chat collab. Oh, I'm planning to do a lot more VR chat stuff with friendos and whatnot. Hello! Everybody welcome in the Raiders, please. Welcome them. Hi, Rezo. Yeah, we're in my world. This is what Kay's been working on, and he's done like a lot of changes, so like it looks a little different from last time. It's fucking poggers. Dude, this art of me and Tara was just too perfect. It's just like the perfect one for this room. With the strip club, the stripper pole. Just kidding, VR chat, nobody strips here. You're not allowed to do that. That's illegal. I mean, I am a criminal, but you know what I'm saying. Man, I just want to keep, like, showing you. I'm just going to keep, like, going around and showing you all the different rooms. Because I'm so stoked about it. Like, look at this fucking movie theater, bro. Look at this theater. I like the colors, too. I like how the colors are nice and warm. Sorry, I'm throwing the camera around a little bit. Warm colors. Comfy couches. Ooh. Comfy couches with mirrors. Sure. The hell? Chat. Shh. That artwork, though. I've got a lot of fun artwork in here. Play motorbike games. Yeah. This one looks nice. First time seeing it, so it looks amazing. Thank you, Rezo. Honor among thieves. Exactly. Dude, Kay, you're so great. Every single thing that I asked of Kay, he did. Like, every little detail, everything that I was like, oh, can we fix this? Can we do that? Like, he did everything. Kay, do you agree that it looks like, I think what you chose, it looks like better. You know what I mean? It looks even better now. Hi, Sylvie. Yeah, VR chat. This is my world, baby. It's a public world now, so you guys are all welcome to go check it out. The Syndicate Garage is what you would look for if you're looking for worlds and stuff. But yeah, this is our world for the Syndicate and for me. It's kind of Pog Champion, if I do say so myself. How are you? Can we play games on the big screen? I don't know if you could play games, but what you do is you enter the URL, so like videos and stuff. So if you have like a YouTube link or something, yeah, it's a video player, so you can't play games, unfortunately. But you can play like music and stuff, YouTube videos, VTuber clips. I would put something in there, but I'm too lazy. I'm going to re-log into this world. Rejoin. Yeah, I'm gonna rejoin. Because it'll start the video over. Massage video? Hell no. Right now, the video that plays by default when you get in here is Code Mistake by Corpse and Bring Me the Horizon. Let's watch Cooksy clips. You guys can watch whatever the fuck you want if you come to this world. You just have to have the link. Somebody got to input the link. I feel like it would be easier for somebody on desktop to do that, but I don't know. Wait, why isn't it playing? Oh, loading. Okay, let's run to the theater. To the theater! Oh my god. That's the one thing, is it's such a big world that things are really far away. Wait, I can't hear it. Why can't I hear it? Nani? Ano? Well... Oh, they're not synced play. Should I sync it? If I sync it, will it work? Let me see if this works. Buh. I don't fucking know how to make this work. Oh, they're not linked. Okay, you know what? Opa, can you DM me on Discord the link to Code Mistake? And I'm gonna not be lazy and I'm gonna actually do this. Nix, thank you! Thank you for gifting a sub. Yeah, I'm actually gonna be not lazy and I'm gonna fucking... Hopefully you don't see this on stream. What do you guys see? Oh my god, you don't see that, right? No, you don't. Oh. Bro! I can't get it to work. I'm so bad. That looks very dope. 1300! Are we back at 13? Are we back at 1300? Oh. Show desktop. Why? I don't even have Discord fucking open on this. Damn it. You know what? Screw it. Screw it. Hi, Neater. You send the link. I know, but I can't like open it from here. I have to get up and like actually put it. I'm too lazy. Opa, do you want to get in here? Are you in VR chat right now? Opa, can you come in here? Yeah, join. You can play videos for us. Bro, we can like fucking watch things in VR now. We can come in here and we can like, oh, we can watch. Because let me see. I don't know if the mirror shows up for us, for everybody. Let me see. Oh. It does! You can see my mirror. I wonder, Kay, if there's a way... I don't think there is. The only thing that I'm noticing about the mirror is that it blocks a lot of the screen. What if we go down here? But, I mean, people can choose to have it on or not, right? Work! Work, damn you! Oh, that one's way better. If you sit at the bottom. Hi, chat. Oh my god, my phone only has 3% and then chat's gone. Opa, did you request off me? Did you request off me? Opa. Boobus. What the? Excuse me. IPN? The fuck? Your fat ass is blocking the screen. Stop! It's not my fault. But come join us. Opa's gonna play videos for us because I'm too lazy. I'm actually too lazy to get off my ass so I can put the fucking video in. IPN, how are you? I put art of us. I'm trying to put art of all my best friends. 10 months! Ah, thank you! Umao, thank you so much. Thank you! Thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back, honey. Thank you. Thank you for the amazing 10 months together. You're so good to me. Dej? Why? Why? Also plug in your phone. When my phone dies, the stream ends. I don't make the rules. Just kidding, I do. Oppa is loading in! He's coming. He's coming. Guys, are you going to be here tomorrow for the party? A party? Anybody can play videos in here, but whoa. Can you see that? I don't know if you can see that. Oh yeah, you can. Hold up. Damn it, I can't do it. I want to give me a smooch, but I can't. Oh my god. But I can't. Double Elly is better than one. Ha! Really? Am I not enough for you? Hi, Oppa. Oppa, why do you come in here and start moaning immediately? Wait, where are you? Oh my god, his little peepo. He makes me laugh. Everybody give love to Oppa! Yay! It's working! Is it really loud for you or not loud enough? I'm a pretty bitch. Yeah, you can play whatever videos you fucking want. Just need some room to breathe. It's perfect! Louder! I can turn it up, I think. Ow. I just punched myself in the head. I love this video so much!
Pit, think I might have lost it. I'm starting to believe there's only one way I can solve this. If pain is beauty,
I love it!
Yeah.
Oppa twerking? Oppa, are you twerking? Oh my god. Damn, Oppa! Wait. Look at him! Why are you sad? Why are you so sad, Oppa?
I'm mud.
What's wrong? You're mad?
Cats need to pay up.
Do you have anything you want to say to chat?
Chat, can you get 5 gifted?
That's a great mod right there. That's a fucking great mod right there. Look at this. Look at this face. Look at this face. Oh, that's what that was. I actually went inside your head and I saw something pink and fleshy. And I was like, what the fuck is inside your head? But it was your mouth and your tongue. Oh my god, that's kind of scary. That's kind of creepy. Goodbye. What the fuck? Ah! Okay, chat. I gotta go because my phone is dying, so I'm gonna get up and we're gonna end. We're gonna do a raid. We're gonna do a fucking raid. Where should we go? Oppa, thank you. We love you, Oppa. Oppa will be at the party tomorrow. He is the party. Where should we go to end? Let's go to my office. Ignore my flailing titties. Woo! They're partying too. Come to my office, chat, where we shall do a raid to end the stream. Thank you so much for being here today. I had a really good time showing off my world and doing some VR chat shenanigans. That was really fun. And we are doing a party tomorrow. So if you want to go, don't forget to RSVP. Don't forget to pee. Wait, I gotta stand up. Give me a second. Okay. Because my phone is literally about to fucking die. What the? I can't move my... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My model's dead. Well, that's great. No! Ah, here we go. I fixed it. No, I didn't. Ah, now I fixed it. Okay, fixed it. That was weird. Anyways, where the fuck is my desk? Why isn't this working? Okay, we're gonna do a raid. I gotta find somebody. Bro, why is my shit not working? Huh? What is happening right now? What? Nani kore? Okay, everything's broken, so we're just gonna end the stream. Thank you for coming. Don't forget to copy the raid message. Let me find somebody really quickly. Why do I look like this? We're gonna raid. We're gonna raid a person. We're gonna raid. How about we raid Hannah! Hannah Hyrule! We're gonna raid Hannah Hyrule, okay? Let me get the raid command in chat. /raid. Oh, I think I typed that wrong. Hannah Hyrule. Oh my god, I'm a genius! Oh, I'm a fucking genius, bro. Why is it not working? Thank you. Holy shit. Maybe my tracking is just not picking it up anymore. Okay. Thank you guys so much for coming today. My shit isn't working. Oh. Anchor? Huh. Anyway, thanks for coming today. We're going to do a raid. Just ignore me. And I'll be back tomorrow. I love you guys. Okay. I love you guys. Okay. Please give Hannah all my love. Bye. Bye. Everything's breaking.